Sounds good shot. Face. It really doesn't.
Your Honor, we have established what we believe to be a quorum and ready to move forward and the board's when the board's ready.
All right, 30 seconds, please. Madam Court Reporter, are we ready?
Yes.
Excellent. Is my microphone on? Can everybody hear me? All right. All right, fantastic. Today is January 15th, 2026. It is 1:58 p.m. Central Time. This is a hearing conducted by the State of Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission. We're here to consider the matter of the Department of Commerce Insurance versus Mr. Jeremiah Johnson. That is docket number 12.40-254-187A. We will start with appearances for the state.
Yes, Your Honor, my name is Attorney Meredith Nicely. I'm an associate general counsel for the Department of Commerce and Insurance.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nicely. And for the respondent, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir. I'm Gordon Byers, attorney for Mr. Johnson, out of Cookeville, Tennessee, Putnam County Bar.
All right, thank you, Mr. Byers. Mr. Byers, I assume that your client, Mr. Johnson, is going to be your client representative today?
That's correct, John.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Nicely. Do you have a client representative?
Yes, Your Honor, it's going to be Sergeant Daniel Cummings from the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. He is present virtual pending the court's approval of our motion.
All right, let's go ahead and take that motion. Actually, first, let me introduce myself. My name is Judge Alex Rieger. I've been assigned by the Secretary of State to serve at this hearing as the administrative judge sitting with the Post Commission. I'll make all rulings regarding the order of proceedings, admissibility of evidence, and questions of law under the authority granted to me by the Tennessee Administrative Procedures Act. However, I will not participate in determining the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, or the ultimate decision of this commission. Those decisions will be made by the commission members themselves. Before I go into introductions for the commission members, I will address the pending motion for electronic participation. Given that the parties have agreed to it, that motion will be granted, and your party representative will be permitted to appear virtually. Do you need to set that up before we go any further, or is it ready to go?
He's present on Zoom here.
Okay, excellent. Fantastic. Mr. Byers, Ms. Nicely, and before we go any further, do either of you request the rule of sequestration?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The rule being asked for, it is important in these cases that witnesses not have their testimony tainted by hearing the witnesses that come before them, as well as questions of the commission to those witnesses that come before it's time for that witness's testimony. Therefore, the party representatives will be permitted to stay. All other witnesses who are anticipated to give testimony today need to step out and pull your heels for a bit while you wait your turn. All right. At this time, I'll now ask the commission members to introduce themselves for the record, and we'll start with Chair.
Chairman Jonathan Beverly.
Lacey Wilbur from the Attorney General's Office.
Dale Lane.
Don Green.
Sheriff Chad Morgan.
Mr. Hunter,
Sheriff Tom Spangler.
Gary Carter.
All right. Thank you all. Good to have you here. Mr. Chair, is there a quorum present of this commission?
Yes, sir. We have a quorum.
All right. Ms. Nicely, do you have copies of the notice of hearing and charges for the commission members?
Yes, Your Honor, and our associate counsel, Ashley Ball is going to pass those out.
All right. Commission members, I am having this document distributed to you to ask some preliminary questions about conflicts. As you review this document, Please keep in mind, it is not evidence in this case. It is not before you. It's not been admitted into evidence as an exhibit. It is not for consideration of anything, including the facts asserted therein. I'm simply handing you these documents to make sure that no one has a conflict in this case. The law requires you, as part of this conflict check, to disclose on the record any outside knowledge of this case or any communications, written, verbal, or otherwise, from any of the parties concerning this case. I'll give you a brief 1 minutes. Well, we'll say 1 minute. It's relatively short, to briefly skim the notice of hearing and charges. And if anyone has any outside knowledge of this case that they need to disclose, please let me know. All right, does anyone have any outside knowledge of this case? All right, hearing nothing. I will ask that sometimes outside knowledge is not apparent just by reading the notice of hearing and charges. That's okay. If during the hearing and the testimony you realize that you've heard about this case from somewhere else, or you've read about it, or you've had some sort of communication involving something that is material to this case, that's fine. I will ask you just to bring it to my attention as soon as you know, and we will take care of it from there. Just please keep that in mind as we proceed. All right, now before we begin, I'm going to give you some instructions to help you understand how the case will proceed, what your duties will be, and how you should conduct yourselves during this hearing. As the judge, it's my responsibility to advise you what law is applicable in this case. You must accept and apply the law as given. As commission members, you are the sole judges of the facts and will be applying the facts to the law. You must determine which of the witnesses' testimony you accept, what weight you attach to it, and what inferences you will draw from it. The law does not, however, require you to accept all of the evidence. In deciding what evidence you'll accept, you must make your own evaluation of the testimony given by each of the witnesses and determine the weight you will give to that testimony. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You are not required to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. If there are objections, in this case, about the admissibility of evidence, I will rule on them in accordance with the rules of evidence. I will note that if I rule on evidence and I deem it legally admissible for your consideration, that does not indicate anything about that evidence. You are still free to accept it or reject it, or to believe all, none, or part of it. I am the gatekeeper. Simply because I let something in does not mean that you have to attribute any weight to it whatsoever. That is an independent decision that you are all called to individually make. It is important that you keep that in mind. The statements that I make are not intended to affect your judgment or your decision-making on any of these issues. I'm the gatekeeper. It is my responsibility to determine what you get to hear and see. It is not my role, nor is it my intent to affect or influence how you decide this matter. Now, before you see and hear evidence, the attorneys will make their opening statements. These statements should be brief outlines of what the attorneys expect the evidence to be. They're also permitted to make additional statements at the end of the case that are called closing arguments. Unless I instruct you otherwise, statements made by the attorneys in opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. They are made only to help you understand the evidence and apply the law to the evidence in the case. You should ignore any statement by any attorney that's not supported by the evidence that you hear and see during the hearing. After opening statements, I will give you additional information to assist you in evaluating the evidence you see and hear during the trial. Now, Tennessee law puts several rules and restrictions in place regarding your conduct during the trial and any recesses we might have. First, it's sometimes tempting, but do not conduct your own private investigation into this case. For example, we have a recess. Don't get on your phone and look up things involving this case. Don't Google it. It would have been easier yesterday when Verizon was apparently down and on fire. I might not have had to give this instruction, but today I have to, and I am. Please do not attempt to acquire any outside knowledge of this case. You must decide this case only based on the evidence and law presented to you during this hearing in this room when we are on the record. If by chance we take a bathroom break and you get information about this case other than what was presented at hearing, let me know immediately and we will take care of it. Second, do not discuss this case either amongst yourselves or with anyone else during the hearing. You must keep an open mind until you've heard all the evidence, the opening statements, the closing arguments, and my final instructions concerning the law. Any discussions before the conclusion of this case would be premature and improper. This is the Tennessee Sunshine Law and the Open Meetings Act, and it requires that all commission discussions and deliberations be in public before all parties and on the record so our court reporter can catch it. If we do not observe the Open Meetings Act, it can result in the commission's action being reversed or remanded if appealed. What this means is that if we take a bathroom break, don't discuss it with each other. Discuss it, the case in here on the record. I will also note that when you are given the opportunity to ask questions of witnesses, and I'll give after each witness the opportunity for commission members to question witnesses, please do not use that time to argue with the witness. Please do not use that time to state your own opinion about the case and where it's going and how you feel about it at that point in time. It's not the time for it. You're to keep an open mind until you've heard all the evidence and I have charged you. Please keep it in mind that your questions should not be designed to create any inference as to how you're feeling about that case. That sort of prejudice is hard to walk back from an instruction point of view, so it's just easier if we don't do it. All right. I will also note if anyone attempts to discuss this case in your presence during a recess, let me know as well. Don't discuss the incident with anybody. Just let me know and I'll handle it. Same thing goes for the attorneys. If we have a recess, attorneys don't talk to commission members. You know this. Same thing for witnesses. We only have 2 here, the party representatives. I'll be giving the witnesses instructions as they come in and as they leave to make sure they know. Don't discuss this case. Don't text about this case. Don't post things on Facebook about this case. And for our witnesses, they'll be given the instruction that until they are notified by the attorneys that this case is done, they're not to disseminate any information about it to the outside world. You can use electronic devices to look up the law. You can use electronic devices as we've been provided to look at exhibits once they are admitted into evidence. Don't skip ahead in your reading. Once these items are admitted into evidence, which I assume they're going to be very shortly due to stipulations, they're not admitted into the evidence, they're not for you to look at. So please keep that in mind, but using devices for that purpose is fine. Using devices to get outside knowledge about this case on Google or news media or anything like that, not okay. All right, we will at this time hear the opening statements. Now I'll ask counsel, would you like to do your stipulations first, or would you like your opening statements first?
Your Honor, we can address the stipulations first, if that's okay.
I'm in agreement with that, Your Honor.
All right, let's address the stipulations first. Please go ahead.
Your Honor, the party has one preliminary matter for the court. There is a document that has been filed labeled stipulations. This addresses all of the exhibits we anticipate admitting today, and just addresses that we are agreeing to the authenticity and admissibility of those exhibits. Some of those exhibits will be available on the iPad. Some of them will be available in hard copy for the commissioners. And I do believe that Mr. Byers had one addition to that list that the state has no objection to.
All right, Mr. Byers, what is that document?
I submitted it to Ms. Nicely earlier today, and I believe that she uploaded it for the commissioners to consider. It is an offer letter from a law enforcement agency that we received on the 12th of this month.
All right, do you know what that item is
Yes, sir.
named as a PDF?
It is named, I believe-
DA police officer letter, I assume.
that's correct.
Okay. All right, let's take these in turn. All right, for the purposes of the record, all of these stipulated exhibits, including the PA Police Office offer letter, are admitted into evidence as follows. Collective Exhibit 1 are the recommendation letters. What are those in DI?
I believe they are labeled by the author of each letter, Your Honor. So for example, in the iPad, you would see Caleb Rice rec letter, CPT Patterson letter, First Sergeant Amon's recommendation letter, Lieutenant Commander Thompson recommendation letter, and so forth.
All right. Is there any objection to me treating those as collective exhibits rather than individual?
No,
Then Collective Exhibit 1 will be all of the recommendation letters. Collective Exhibit 2 will be all of the course completion exhibits. Collective Exhibit 3 will be the medical evaluations and records. Exhibit 4 will be the offer letter and character letter from
It's the Veterans Affairs Administration, Your Honor.
all right, from the VA. All right, exhibit number 5, or rather, the collective exhibit number 5 will be the informal decertification packet. Exhibit 6 will be the informal decertification video. Collective Exhibit 7 will be the post file. Exhibit 8 will be the termination paperwork from Jackson County. Exhibit 9 will be the employee personnel file from Jackson County. Exhibit number 10 will be the Clay County Sheriff's Department body camera footage. Exhibit 11 will be the Clay County Sheriff's Department case report by Anthony Kane. Exhibit 12 will be the Jackson County Sheriff's Office firearm policy. And Exhibit 13 will be the VA police offer letter. All right, will that do it for stipulations?
as far as the department is concerned, yes, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, excellent. All 13 of those, both collective and regular exhibits are admitted as I described. Are those all available for the board members to review, at least the non-video?
They will be, Your Honor, the respondent provided his exhibits on the iPad. The state plans to only show the exhibits as they come up in testimony, just to streamline the hearing today.
All right, that is fine. Any further preliminary matters before we hear opening statements?
Not for the state, Your Honor.
Not for the
All right, please make your opening statement, Ms. Leslie.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Your Honor. The respondent in this matter was a Jackson County deputy. He took the day off work and was in Clay County on December 1st of 2024. On that day, the Clay County Sheriff's Office received a call regarding shots being fired at a property within their jurisdiction. Respondent was located at the time by Chief Deputy Kane from Clay County. When he arrived at the scene, Chief Deputy Kane was able to make contact with respondent and determined that the shots had been fired from respondent's police issued duty or sheriff's office issued duty weapon. Today, you'll hear testimony from Chief Deputy Kane that when he first made contact with respondent, the respondent was dishonest with the Chief Deputy. Respondent told Chief Kane that the firearm had fallen from his vehicle and just gone off. But Chief Deputy Kane, who is familiar with the type of firearm that Jackson County had issued the respondent, had a feeling that the respondent was being untruthful. Upon confronting him with these facts, The respondent admitted that he fired his duty weapon into the ground because he was frustrated and he was letting off some steam. He was upset because he'd been in a fight with his girlfriend that day. There was also some question about how many rounds were shot out of respondent's duty weapon. Chief Deputy Kane can share some more information about that, but there was a concern relating to respondent's honesty on how many rounds were actually discharged. When the Clay County deputies determined that respondent was an employee of the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, they contacted Jackson County, who sent out a supervisor to the scene. Today, you will hear that Sergeant Cummings arrived at the scene and was able to address the Sheriff's Office concerns about their employee who had had a run-in with another agency. It was determined that there was ultimately a violation of departmental policy and procedures regarding unauthorized discharge of a firearm, and that Jackson County ultimately terminated the respondent on December 6th of 2024. Jackson County has requested the decertification of respondent based on the termination for disciplinary reasons, and the department feels confident that by the end of this hearing, the commission will find that there's a preponderance of the evidence that respondent violated Jackson County's policy and that respondent's disciplinary violations warrant decertification. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nyson. Mr. Butters.
Good afternoon. It's a real privilege to be in front of this commission today. I was here recently in an informal hearing. This was my first foray into a formal hearing. It's an even greater privilege to be here to represent Mr. Jeremiah Johnson. We're in a bit of a interesting and unique timeline as far as I can see it. The information that you're going to hear today, on December 1st, 2024, Jeremiah Johnson was an employee of the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. He was experiencing some untreated mental health issues. This is a difficult job. There are a lot of difficult jobs, but the job of a law enforcement professional can be more difficult. He was in crisis. Because of that crisis, he made a decision out of frustration to fire his duty weapon. When Clay County officers and deputies arrived, he was not truthful with them about how that occurred. He was still in crisis. He ultimately, within minutes, came clean, was honest, was subsequently terminated. Obviously, by statute, that requires him to be before this commission. Subsequent to that, on January 16th last year, we're one day away from the year, he appeared in front of this commission and asked that you consider his mental health crisis. At that time, it was about 6 weeks removed from the incident. He provided hospital records that on that same day, he went and sought mental health treatment. Subsequently, over the next 6 weeks, he saw a counselor and he provided records of those. Had about 7 meetings with him. Got on the appropriate medication and felt like he was confident and able to continue to work as a law enforcement professional. That was a year ago. At that time, this commission understandably had a lot of questions about that. It was a very short period of time from when the incident occurred to when he appeared before you, essentially begging you to consider that he was better, that he had gotten the appropriate mental health treatment. Quite frankly and candidly, members of this commission had very understandable questions about that. It was a short-term fix. It's hard to believe that you could remedy a mental health issue in such a short period of time to a satisfactory level to allow you to continue to work. But the reason I think this is a bit of a unique case is because subsequent to that, one of the reasons we're a year out is Mr. Johnson is also a military police officer with the Tennessee National Guard. And we are in a situation now where since that time, he has continued stringently with his mental health treatment. He has gotten himself in a position where he feels very confident that he can continue to practice law enforcement profession at a high level. And then the question becomes, well, but can he? Well, what you're going to hear is that he has been for over a year, for almost a year, excuse me. He was deployed with the Tennessee National Guard as a military police officer to Washington, D.C. He served in that capacity. You're going to see exhibits, commanding officers, senior enlisted, other law enforcement professionals that he worked with in the Tennessee National. He then came back, and of course, when you're not on guard duty, you have to work. He's been employed as a corrections officer with Smith County Sheriff's Department. He was then deployed again to Memphis, where he's on leave today to be here. Again, practicing at a high level as a law enforcement professional for the United States government. In an unfamiliar place, in front of unfamiliar people, in stressful situations where he's not welcome. The citizens of Washington, D.C. didn't want the guard there, and neither did the citizens of Memphis. Despite that, you will see recommendation letter after recommendation letter for people that worked with him on the job after he sought the appropriate, after he got the appropriate benefit. Since that time, Smith County Sheriff's Department has offered him a position on the road. They are aware of the circumstances related to Jackson County. The sheriff of Smith County will be here, is here. Chief deputy is here. They took time to come today because they believe that Mr. Johnson is capable and willing to practice as a law enforcement professional. Similarly, and because he didn't know where he was going, he made some connections with the Veterans Affairs Administration in Memphis. They had an opening for federal law enforcement. And on the 12th of this month, also fully aware of these circumstances and the subsequent review measures, offered him a position as a law enforcement officer with the Veterans Affairs Administration in Memphis. There's no doubt that a mistake was made. There's no doubt that he was initially dishonest. I would submit to this commission that when you're operating under crisis, and you are in the throes of traumatic, in particular in law enforcement, you are given opportunities to seek out mental health treatment. In officer-involved shooting cases, you're given an opportunity to have professionals give you a cooling off period before you have to make statements so that you're able to be truthful, candid, and not be operating in the stresses of the. The best decision that Jeremiah Johnson made that day that he discharged his weapon was he called his commanding officer, the supervisor, and said he was not able to come to work that day, that he was scheduled to work, that he was not in a good place. We're now in a place as a culture, both in law enforcement and public, that we don't have to white knuckle mental health issues anymore. He was raised in a rural area. He worked for a small department at that time. The resources available and really the culture that he was in didn't really lend itself to getting him. But again, that was more than a year ago. You're going to see mental health records. You're going to hear from him about what he did to make sure that those situations don't occur again. If you're going to ask yourselves, well, did it work? You're going to hear from him and see letter after letter after letter that it absolutely worked. And at the end, I'm going to ask you not to decertify. I'm going to ask you to keep his certification. I'm going to ask you to vote to allow him to keep his certification. Because as we all know, that doesn't necessarily guarantee him employment. All that does is it allows individual departments that may want to hire him to make that decision on their own with all of the information. Doesn't mean he'll get hired, although I think he will when you hear from the chief, the sheriff, notwithstanding that, it would then be up to that. Thank you for letting me be here. I will try to be brief after this statement. And hopefully at the end, you will see that Jeremiah Johnson is perfectly capable of excelling as a law enforcement professional despite the incident that caused him to get turned into the Jackson County Sheriff.
All right, thank you, Mr. Byers. You've now heard the opening statements from the lawyers in this case. We'll now begin with the presentation of evidence. The evidence generally consists of the number of exhibits and the testimony of witnesses. You've already received 13 exhibits into evidence, so you'll be getting them in a trickle, besides the ones that are already loaded on your iPad, which you are perfectly permitted to look at and review. The department will present evidence first. The respondent will then be given the opportunity to present evidence as well. The witnesses in this case will testify in response to questions from the attorneys. The questions themselves are not evidence, the answers are. Witnesses are first asked questions by the party who calls the witness to testify, and then the other side will be permitted cross-examination. And then you, the commission, will have the opportunity to ask witness any questions that you might have. You should only consider the question. I'm sorry, you should only consider the answer, rather, not the question. I just want to be as clear as I can. Again, please use your questions to gather information, not to express an opinion or to get around my my charge on deliberation, which will occur after all the proof in this matter has been heard. There is two kinds of evidence, generally direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of a witness about what the witness personally observed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that will give you clues about what happened. To the extent there is any follow-up that needs to happen on those two subjects, feel free to ask me at any point, as well as during the charge, which will happen after the end of all of the proof in this matter. Just know that you're required to consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both or to assign weight however you'd like. It's up to you to decide how much weight to give any evidence, but just because evidence is direct versus circumstantial doesn't mean that one's more important than the other. You're to consider both and assign whatever weight you feel is appropriate to both. This is an A case and not a J case in Administrative Procedures Division parlance. J cases are where a judge sits alone, the judge makes findings of fact, the judge makes conclusions of law, and the judge renders the ultimate decision in this case. That is not this type of case. This is an A case, as we call it, or an agency case. What this means is that I don't make the findings of fact, I don't make the conclusions of law, I don't decide the ultimate decision in this hearing. You all do, and there is a reason for that. It is because you have a particular expertise in this subject matter and training that I do not possess. When you make your decision in this case, and when you think about questions to ask, you do not have to leave that common sense and that experience and training at home. There's a reason it's an A case. You're to bring that with you. You are supposed to consider all the evidence in light of that experience and in light of your training and reason and common sense. Please keep that in mind. You're not required to approach this case from a position like you are a lay person. You all have experience and training. Please use it. You should not decide an issue by the simple process of counting the number of witnesses who testified on each side. You're to consider all the evidence in the case. You may decide that the testimony of fewer witnesses or witnesses who testify for a shorter amount of time is more convincing than the testimony of more witnesses who testify longer on the other side. You're the sole exclusive judges of the credibility and believability of the witnesses who testify. You get to determine which witnesses you believe, how important you think their testimony is. You're not required to accept or reject everything a witness says, and you can believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. During the hearing, objections may be made to evidence or trial procedures. I can sustain objections to questions asked without permitting a witness to answer, or I can instruct you to disregard an answer that's been given. In deciding the case, don't draw any inference or any meaning from an unanswered question, and don't consider testimony that I instruct you to disregard. If we have any sort of detailed arguments about objections or motions, I do not anticipate this, but if we do, I may ask you to leave. Logistically, that might be a little bit of a pain, so I may ask you to stay and just pretend like you're not hearing anything. Information will be excluded because it's not legally admissible under the rules of evidence. Excluded information can't be considered in reaching your decision. I will make my objection ruling or my motion ruling, depending on what I'm called to do, based solely on the law and nothing else. And you are not to infer from my ruling that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party in this case, because I do not. I both do not have an opinion and a review regarding this case, and I do not intend to infer one by how I rule and conduct myself during this hearing. In this action, the department has the burden of establishing by preponderance of evidence all the facts necessary to prove the allegations in the notice of hearing and charges. Preponderance of the evidence is a fancy term. It basically means more likely than not, and it is not a big margin once you cross that 50% line. I like to call it the 50.000001% standard. If the department, by just even the smallest hair, convinces you that what they've alleged is more likely true than not, they will meet that burden. That being said, if at the conclusion of this hearing, you're hearing all the evidence, you think that everything is perfectly weighted, it's 50-50. And the case is what we call in equipoise, and that's going to be the word of the day is equipoise, which means that the party with the burden of proof, which is the department, will lose this case. So if you hear all the evidence and proof and testimony, and you think that everything is evenly balanced and it is equally true or possibly not true, that the allegations have been met and proved, you're not sure if you're 50-50, the department will lose. It should be an equipoise, and the department will not have met its 50% plus burden. Now, I'm going to give you further instructions called a charge after you've seen and heard all the evidence and listened to closing arguments in this case. But I think that's probably enough of me talking for now. So with that, the party with the burden of proof gets to present its case first. Ms. Nicely, I'll hear your first witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the department calls Deputy Chief Kane from the Clay County Sheriff's Office.
Oh,
Your Honor, he's in the restroom. Please wait 1 moment.
that is absolutely fine. One more instruction, since I've forgotten to, and this goes to both the commission members as well as our court reporter, our party representatives, and our lawyers. This is not an endurance sport. I feel that sometimes, particularly when I'm talking. But if anyone at any point in time needs to take a comfort break, all you need to do is let them know. I will try to get to it as soon as possible. I may wait until some questions are exhausted or we reach a natural stopping point. But I don't intend for anyone to be uncomfortable. So if you need a break, just let me know. It will not be a big deal. We'll get it handled. And with that, all right. All right.
Just walk around this way and then the judge will spray you in.
If you will take a seat right over here. All right, thank you for being here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Sir. All right, thank you very much. You may begin your examination, Ms. Nicely.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself for the commission.
My name is Anthony Kane. I'm Chief Deputy at Clay County Assistant Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been in the Clay County Sheriff's?
Since 2009.
Did you respond to an incident with a Jeremiah Johnson on December 1st of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the commission how or where you were when you received that call?
I was located central. My position at that time was sergeant, patrol sergeant. Call come out. We had 2 deputies that was on the west end of the county. And they beat me to the location, so they were already on scene when I got there.
Okay, and where was the location?
I was dispatched to 356 Virgil Deckard Road.
Okay, and had you ever been to that address before?
I had not.
Okay, when you arrived there, what did you see?
It was a long driveway. Apartment unit got out and walked up. I seen, the Deputy Montgomery and, Deputy Claiborne that was talking to a male individual outside that I later identified as, Jeremiah Johnson. I went on into the residence as they were talking with him. And I spoke to, Jeremiah's parents. They told me kind of what had happened led up to the events of that day.
And what did you learn, if anything, did you ever interact with Mr. Johnson?
I did.
Okay, and what did you learn, if anything, from that initial interaction?
From Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir.
I could tell he was upset. He had an emotional day. The parents had kind of informed me of what had happened that led up to his emotional state. The report come out that Mr. Johnson had fired some shots, and they were concerned about him possibly being in a suicidal state of mind. But they didn't think he was serious about it. They just said he was really emotionally upset.
When you talked to Mr. Johnson, did he initially tell you a story about the sound that the parents had heard?
The sounds that.
Or about why the gun went off or how the gun went off?
Well, initially he denied that the gun had went off. I called my chief deputy at the time and asked him, or he had called me and I missed the call and I returned his call. And he advised me at that point Jackson County was in route. And that's kind of when I learned that he was a deputy sheriff in Jackson County. My chief advised me to locate the firearm and secure it. And I asked Mr. Johnson where the firearm was at, and he said it was in the car that was sitting there in the driveway. And I told him I was going to retrieve the firearm, and when I did, I cleared the firearm, and I noted that the firearm was only loaded with 13 rounds, and it's a Glock 22 chambered .40 caliber. It houses a 15-round magazine. So if it's depending on how he carried it, it was missing a couple of rounds.
And why did Mr. Johnson indicate that those rounds might be missing?
Initially, he told me that when he was getting it out of the car, putting it in the car, one can't remember which, that he dropped it and it discharged. I am a Glock armor. I'm familiar with the Glock. That's all we've ever carried at our department. And I asked Mr. Johnson to be honest with me. I told him that would go a long way in determining what his employer at Jackson County would probably, do. And he did admit that he pointed the gun to the ground.
Did he indicate how many times he shot the firearm, and did you have any inclination as to whether he was truthful to that?
No, he never stated how many times he discharged the firearm. And like I said, there was 13 rounds, holds 15, so that's 2. If he had one, he just loaded his mag and chambered it. And there was only 15 rounds in the gun, but if he loaded his mag full, chambered it, topped his mag off, then there was 16.
So,
2 or 3 times at least.
oh, so if his gun had fallen out of the car like he initially told you, that would have still only accounted for 1 weapons discharge. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when he finally told you that his first story was untrue, did you encourage him to be truthful with his law enforcement agency when they arrived?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how did he respond to that?
He agreed.
Okay. And was there some concern that did he make a statement to you that he was just worried about losing his job?
He did.
Okay. And do you think that's why he initially was untruthful with you?
I do.
Did you create a police report or incident report in this matter?
I did.
Would you recognize that incident report that was shown to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we distribute the exhibit that's labeled as the Clay County Police Report?
Are you referring to exhibit number 11?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that is fine.
And Chief Deputy Kane, do you have that report in front of you?
I do,
Is that the report you created on December 1st of 2024?
it is.
Have there been any changes to that report that you can identify?
No, ma'am, that's the report.
Your Honor, I think we've pre-admitted this as an exhibit, but at this time, I'd just like to review the exhibit with the witness. Who is the subject of this report?
Jeremiah Johnson.
And this, where it says case type, can you read that one out loud?
That on the front page.
Yes, sir, on the first page.
Case type, disorderly conduct.
Now, you didn't end up taking Mr. Johnson into custody that day, is that accurate?
What now?
There was no arrest made or no citation given to Mr. Johnson.
No, ma'am.
Does the narrative on the second page of this document accurately reflect what you learned and identified that day?
It does.
Is there anything else you think that the commission needs to hear about the day that this happened?
No, ma'am, Mr. Johnson, was compliant. He never made no statements to law enforcement. Any thoughts of suicide. But that's how the call come out. I suggested that he be evaluated. That's standard practice in any kind of call for suicides involved or mentioned, even though he didn't necessarily disclose to law enforcement that was what he had on his mind. And he did have his parents, he did agree to have his parents driving to Macon County. And he was evaluated over our process.
But you guys did not take him into your custody.
No, ma'am, we did not.
When you arrived at the scene, was there any potential harm that it seemed like Mr. Johnson might have been using his firearm to protect himself from? Was there any danger on the scene?
No, ma'am.
Was it clear that he was hunting or otherwise dealing with an animal?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever learn whether he was on the clock at Jackson County that day?
I do not think he was 10-8 at the time, on the clock at the time. If I remember correctly, I think he said that either had to work that evening or that next day.
And he's never worked, to your knowledge, for the Clay County Sheriff's Department, is that right?
No, ma'am.
Did this incident occur in Clay County?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
Did you see any justifiable reason for the discharge of his duty weapon when you created this report?
Justifiable?
Such as self-defense or anything like that? Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Roberts.
Chief Deputy Kane, thank you for coming today. I think you said that you were the third deputy on scene on that particular day.
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, you only know that you've gotten a call from his parents, or dispatch got a call that he was having some difficulty and some shots were fired.
Yes, sir.
You recall whether or not his parents, your investigation revealed one or more shots.
They said multiple shots. They heard.
So you arrive on the scene, and this is a very rural area.
Yes, sir.
They live in the country.
Yes, sir.
Most people in Clay County do, right?
Yes, sir.
And you arrive, you come into contact immediately with Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Did he identify himself right away as a Jackson County Sheriff's deputy? Pretty quickly thereafter.
I can't recollect if he did or not. And honestly, I can't remember if I got that information from dispatch or his parents.
So you wouldn't know if he had identified himself to the first two deputies that were on the scene.
I do not know that.
But he must have told someone, because at that point, by the time you arrived, Jackson County on the way.
Yes, sir.
That's probably professional courtesy to probably share it with the adjacent county when that happens, right?
Yes, sir.
And you ask him, you know, you need to know what happened, right? I said, you need to know what happened.
Yes, sir.
And you're the senior officer or senior deputy on the scene of that.
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that this is probably would be your investigation.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yes, sir.
team effort.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You ask him what happened. He tells you the story of the dropped his weapon. You immediately don't believe that. Right? You could drop that Glock down a flight of stairs, it wouldn't fire with.
Correct.
So you challenge him immediately. And that's not adding up to you. He doesn't argue with you, he doesn't fight you, he tells you immediately the truth.
Yes, sir.
And it's a rural area, so it's not like there's anyone around. There's no one in danger.
No, sir.
It's not noted in your report. Did you look for shell cases?
I did. I wasn't able to find any.
Right. This is December, so you get a lot of leaves on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Now, the initial call that comes in is his parents are worried about it. And of course, you want to know if he's truly there for self-harm or not, because that dictates what you're going to do next.
Yes, sir.
And so you, of course, interview his parents. Mom and dad are in the house trying to talk to them.
Yes, sir.
And they kind of explain to you that he's had some personal family issues with his then girlfriend, right? And I think he maybe tells you that he had some real tough calls that have been weighing on him.
Yes, sir.
I think it kind of indicates to you that parents don't think he's actually going to commit any self-harm.
That's what the express is.
And the person that you're standing there looking at, you don't have any prior experience with that or with Mr. Johnson.
No, sir.
He looked like someone that was having a bad time.
He did.
He looked like someone that was having a bit of a crisis. Now, you testified about you cleared the weapon.
Yes, sir.
When you cleared it, you emptied the magazine, emptied the chamber.
Yes, sir.
And if you recall, when you drop the magazine, do you then have to clear the chamber? Does it have 12 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber when you clear it?
Can't recollect for sure, but I know me and another deputy, because I counted the rounds out into his hands, Deputy Claiborne, I believe it was. And I know there was 13 rounds. I'm thinking there was one in the chamber.
Okay. If you were taking the magazine and emptying out, counting them, because you can see through the holes, but it's a little hard to tell sometimes. You want to be sure, right?
Yes, sir.
You're emptying them out. You don't specifically recall if you cleared the bracket.
I do not, no, sir.
Is it possible that there wasn't one that you're just empty magazine?
It is possible. Yeah, I can refer back to body cam.
Sure, I get it. So at a minimum, if he operates that weapon and carries it with 15 in the magazine, with empty chamber, should have 15 in it, right? Would it be in your training experience that most officers are going to top that mag off and then put 1 in the chamber?
Yes, sir.
Are there some officers that don't like to top the mag off completely?
Yes, sir.
And as you said, you're a Glock armor.
Yes, sir.
Is that sometimes because it kind of wears out the magazine spring?
It does.
Right? And it can cause some failure to feeds and failure to load like that if that springs work.
Yes, sir.
But in any event, we either have 1, 2, or 3 shots.
Yes, sir.
And the parents reported either 1 or 2, but probably multiple.
Yes, sir.
It's not long after you're there that deputies from Jackson County arrived.
Yes, sir.
You remember learning that he was scheduled to work that.
Excuse me.
You remember learning that he was scheduled to work that.
I still couldn't.
You remember learning that he was supposed to work that night. He was supposed to be 10/8 that night.
Yeah, I know he said from Jeremiah that, I don't think the deputies told me that, I don't remember, but I know he said that he either had to work that day or that night. I know it's coming up.
And this is early in the day, right? This is still daylight out.
1:30 to between 1:30 to 2 o'clock.
And he's working a third that.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, and if you don't, that's okay, one of the deputies telling you from Jackson County that he had called out that day?
I think so, okay.
No, that he wasn't in a good spot that day, he couldn't work that day. Which they expressed some frustration about, saying, got all that.
Sir,
Well, like Clay County. You guys be real short-staffed all the time, right? But ultimately, at that point, you have a decision to make is whether or not you're gonna go forward with a Department 604 and take him for a crisis, right?
Yeah.
Or do you trust that his family's gonna take him?
yes, sir.
But you think he needs to go.
I told him that it would be beneficial. I thought it would be beneficial if he did because just of his job status, you know, to be cleared or not cleared. you know.
Sure.
I told him I thought it would help him. Since he never in front of law enforcement said he was suicidal or wanted to commit suicide or homicide, I couldn't force him to go. I just suggested that he did, and he did, and he allowed his parents to drive him to the hospital.
The person that was standing in front of you that day, though, in your training experience, is someone that is very agitated when you arrived and that was having a difficult time.
Yes, sir, he did.
And you've been on the job, I forget how long you said you've been doing.
16 years.
You've had to do mandatory 604s before with people that have issues.
Yes, sir.
I know this is hard to predict, but if his parents were just not willing and neither was he, do you think you might have had to force the 604?
I don't. Based on learning that he fired the firearm and the report, I would have probably, had him to.
All right, Louise asked your sheriff or your chief deputy, how do you want me to handle this, right? Run it up the flagpole, give them your opinion.
Yes, sir.
This was not somebody that was completely okay in your estimation.
No, sir. And the possibility also concerned me to, him losing his job and how that would further affect his mental state.
Sure. That's something you considered, right? You talked to him about it. And you've been doing it long enough to understand that someone in his position, how you handle it in the next few moments matters. And how you handle it with it.
I also had his mother to call me as soon as they got to the hospital to let me know that he was there. And she did do that.
Clay County and Jackson County pretty close to each other.
Yes, sir.
We're fair to say y'all are doing a lot of the same jobs, real culturally the same. So you wanted to make sure he's open. Thank you, Chief.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, commission members, does anyone have any questions for this?
I do, Your Honor.
Is that?
Just to confirm, Chief Deputy, when you arrived, he stated he dropped the firearm and that's how the gun went off.
Yes, sir.
However, he then changed his story.
Yes, sir. I called his bluff. Explained to him the benefit, his position, his job to show some integrity and be honest on his mistake. Didn't take just a moment, he quickly agreed.
As Chief Deputy, you interact a lot with leadership and how in your current capacity with post rules and that type of deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would understand that this committee is more concerned with the fact of truthfulness and what occurred and how he handled himself interacting with you that day rather than potentially his mental status at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Green. Chief Kane, you were on the job when you got the call.
Yes, sir.
You were in your official capacity. Best statement call. When you arrived, he gave the first statement he said was he didn't fire it off. The second statement he said was the gun went off when you dropped it, or he dropped it. So, and then the third time, he actually tells you the truth.
Yes, sir.
That he discharged it in the ground. You filed an official police report.
Yes, sir.
Was he dishonest with you in the course of your criminal investigation?
Yes, sir. Initially, he was. And when I called his bluff and so forth,
Is that the expectation as senior leader of your organization of the law enforcement profession? To lie during a criminal investigation?
so I can say it is.
Thank you.
Any further questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Carter, I just got one question. I guess I'm trying to get clarity. Did he ever get charged with disorderly conduct?
No, sir, this reporting system, we have to put something in, and we went from WinSoms to iSoms. And that's just closest thing I can put in. We don't really, in the reports, we really don't have something to plug into that section, like there's a 604 or anything like that. But he never was charged with disorderly.
Okay, I was looking at the charge that said disorderly conduct. Thank you.
Commissioner Lane, I've got one question for you. So there would have been no criminal charge if he was just firing that gun out there in the, if it hadn't been the emotion, the potential, the things that his parents thought could be because he was upset. If he was just out there firing this in a rural environment, there wouldn't have been any criminal charges. Is that right?
Commissioner Wright. To Debbie, was his integrity and untruthfulness that day there on the scene, if he was seeking employment with Clay County, would that have been enough to, in your opinion, to make him uneligible for employment?
Based on his initial false statement.
Based on your contact with him that day, and then, I mean, you could even fast forward to the day.
It would depend on, well, first of all, the county sheriff. Dean Davis's office's decision, but it would have been taken into consideration. Of course, we would have done a thorough background check and what brought him to that position in that state of mind. I know that you stated that he'd been dealing with some stuff. We're all human. We'd probably give him the benefit of the doubt, but at the end of the day, I can't say for sure whether we would have argued based on the sense of them.
It just, my kind of feel, it was just my thought, because you're the one that we're dealing with, was it a big enough integrity issue to go, hey, this guy's just a totally untruthful person that I can, but not be able to trust.
Well, most of the people I deal with, they lie to you and they don't come off from it. They come off from it. He understood. I had to give him. I think you just had a rough day.
Commissioner Wilbur, based on your interaction with him that day, did you ever think you would be here at a full commission hearing for decertification of that officer based on what you saw and interacted with him on?
Chief, you now being of the same profession in the sheriff and business, right? We deal with the statutes of 6401 through 6425. We say 6404 is a general term, but actually you were in the 6401 state upon arrival. Is that correct? That's correct. So this Mr. Johnson's father was the initial complainant that called 911.
So I know that determined if it was his mother or the father. I never pulled 911 page.
Okay, but based off the incident report here, we're showing Larry Johnson as a complainant and also Miss Teresa Johnson. And that's his mother and father.
I can't remember who they said called, which one of them.
Okay, and they both live there at the Red Bowling Springs address, the Virgil Decker Road. Okay. Have you known those people? You said, I think you testified you've never been there before.
Never been there, never met them.
Have you ever met Mr. Johnson?
Not till that day.
Not till that day. Generally, when we respond to calls, you had two other deputies that beat you there. because of the nature of the call is dealing with gunfire, correct?
That's correct.
So that's kind of a heightened situation. Do you recall the transmission over radio? If the complainant said subject was possibly homicidal or suicidal over the radio?
That's the, like, that's what come out of the radio traffic, that's what I was dispatched to. So,
Okay, subject was, it was obvious you were going to a mental health call.
yeah, and I recall now that dispatch said that he may have been, I might find out he was Jackson County deputy through the radio traffic laws and around, because they was talking about him having training.
Okay, so, and all the information gathering from the 911 operator, the family member, whichever one it may have been, calling 911, it kind of something dispatch would say, complainant advises, their son is a law enforcement officer, possibly in another county, possibly suicidal, and has possibly fired some outside fired a gun. I mean, it was more, it scared him.
Yes,
Is that your observation? Would that have been the reason that quickly that the Jackson County Chief Deputy was already calling and contacting, because all this happens going down the road, phone calls being made and one 911 center calling another 911 center. I mean, y'all communicate daily, right? So that would be the reasoning for the Chief Deputy to arrive on the scene fairly quickly from Jackson County. Okay.
I think my chief, if I remember correctly, Rick Lacey may have called Jackson in person.
Because everybody, I mean, that's what I do. I mean, if I knew I was dealing with an adjoining county deputy sheriff or police officer while I was en route, I'd be like, well, let's go ahead and speed this situation up. Let's be notifying some folks. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got to the scene, to back up your other two deputies, what kind of state was Jeremiah Johnson when you first saw him? Was he yelling? Was he screaming? Or was he in a cooperating, calm state?
He was cooperating. He
Do you know from conversations with your two deputies, was Jeremiah Johnson in a calm demeanor when they first arrived?
Yes, sir. They didn't report anything other than.
And he did not have a gun in his hand?
No, sir.
Gun was already put up?
Yes, sir.
What kind of state was his family in?
They were upset.
Were they scared or mad?
They were mad, but mainly, mostly mad at the girlfriend.
Because I think I'm stating here in the report. And I will cover. I wish you would shoot and kill yourself. If you get deployed, I hope you die in it.
That's what his mother told me. So she told me that on their way back from his place, getting some of his stuff, that Jeremiah received a phone call from girlfriend. And Jeremiah's mom overheard girlfriend telling Jeremiah that, and I kind of dictated that verbatim. So yeah, he had definitely received a bad phone call from a significant other that mom overheard while they were inside the vehicle.
We know, we in law enforcement, we are in a catch-22 situation with these types of positions. We know that we have to submit to a psychological hire. We have to continue that practice of being psychologically fit to do this job. Is that correct, sir? But we also know with the stress and things of the environment and that we have, particularly in today's environment, when you get in situations like this. Plus, it sounds like this gentleman has been involved with the National Guard and some special deployments. It's hard for, is it in your opinion, is it hard for your deputies to come to you and say, I'm having psychological problems, you need to put me, take my gun and put me on administrative leave so I can go get some mental health. And then you're bound by the post rules of, you're bound by the post rules to notify the post commission that we've got a situation. I get it. Well, one last question. Do you think that gentleman down there by the name of Jeremiah Johnson as a chief deputy, do you think he should be in or out of law enforcement in the state of Tennessee?
Well, for one, I don't know Jeremiah. I've met him that one day, and I think I may have talked to him on the phone one time. We talked, like we talked about. But I will say this, I will say that military and law enforcement, you can be in it for life, or you can be in it for a very short period of time and be exposed to things in that line of work that can mess with your mind, make you not think professional. Plus, when you got to go home and deal with your own personal demons. Just like I said, not knowing him, I don't think this would be a reason to decertify him for life. He had a bad day, made a stupid judgment call. At the end of the day, he owned it. My opinion, he's seeking help, has sought help. It's my opinion. I don't think it did.
And we appreciate that opinion, and Chief, nobody will hold that opinion against you. I want to clarify one other thing. In no time that you and your staff were at the scene, did anybody indicate that he put anybody in harm's way when the discharge of the firearm happened? There was no door shot, no vehicle shot, no the projectiles downrange going towards somebody else's house, animals, or property that you know of. There was no other complaint or any other danger?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the commissioners? Hearing none, any redirect, Ms. Wesley?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your testimony today. Do we anticipate any need to recall, or can I release?
He can be released, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are released, so you're free to go. One thing I will ask you, the rule of sequestration has been called for. When you go outside, please don't speak to anybody about this case. Don't post anything about it. Don't make a phone call and talk about what happened in here and what you testified to. It's very important that everyone out there not know what you testified to, so we don't taint their testimony. Okay? Sir. All right. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. All right. Next one, Mr. Tyson.
That'll be Sergeant Daniel Cummings from the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. He's present virtually.
All right. All right, Mr. Cummings, you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nicely. You may begin your examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Cummings. Would you just introduce yourself for the commission, please?
Sergeant Daniel Cummings, Jackson County Sheriff's Department. Been here about 12 years.
And during that 12-year tenure, did you work with Jeremiah Johnson?
Yes, I did.
For about how long do you think you worked with him?
A couple months.
Did you respond to an incident at his parents' house in Clay County on December 1st of 2024?
Yes, I did.
All right. And at that time, would you have been in a supervisory role at the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you arrived at his Jeremiah Johnson's parents' house?
Sure. Myself and Detective Shane Stanton arrived at Jeremiah's. Met with the other Clay County deputies that were there already on scene prior to our arrival. Spoke with a Sergeant Kane, I believe, and he briefly explained what was going on with Jeremiah. Stated that he had fired some rounds, was having some issues that day, was highly upset. We spoke just briefly. And then I went and spoke with Jeremiah.
All right, when you spoke with Sergeant Kane, did he indicate to you whether Jeremiah was initially honest at the scene of the incident?
Yes.
Okay, so what did you learn about his honesty when that conversation happened?
I learned that Jeremiah had given him an explanation that he had dropped his firearm, causing the firearm to discharge. And it took multiple times of him asking Jeremiah to get the right answer or truth.
And if you were dealing with a citizen in a similar situation, would you consider that as like providing false information to law enforcement? How would you handle that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and why is it important as a law enforcement officer to be honest when you're making a police report?
Can you repeat that, please?
Why would it be important for a sheriff's deputy like Mr. Johnson, when interacting with another agency, to have integrity and be honest?
In my opinion, personally, I think your character is the biggest part there. But obviously, if police are called to a scene that you're involved with, I think honestly is what you should do.
Are there implications for your agency if an officer has a reputation for dishonesty?
Yes, there is.
Can you tell the commission a little bit about that?
I know that our sheriff is big on honesty and usually has a zero tolerance for lying.
Did you find out that day what really happened with Jeremiah's firearm?
Yes, I did.
Can you share that with the commission?
Turns out that Jeremiah was pretty upset that day over something that had happened. Jeremiah had went to his parents' house in Clay County, ultimately still being upset and discharging his firearm into the ground, I believe.
And was that his departmental issued firearm?
Yes, it was.
Does Jackson County Sheriff's Department have a policy relating to firearms?
Yes.
Okay, and I sent the exhibits for that to you in advance. Have you reviewed that firearms policy to make sure that it is what it purports to be?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and Your Honor, could we pass that policy out to the commission?
You may. Let the record reflect that what you're passing out has been previously entered as exhibit number 12.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Cummings, do you have that firearms policy document in front of you?
I do.
Could you tell the commission just generally how your sheriff's office regulates the employees' use of their firearms?
I mean, as far as using the firearms, we have a lot of animals and whatnot that we have to use them on. But as far as shooting them into the ground for no reason, we usually don't like that.
So had Mr. Johnson been defending himself or somebody else, would that have been an appropriate use of this department issued weapon?
Yes.
Okay, had he been within your jurisdiction on the clock and had some interaction with a dangerous animal, would that have been an appropriate use of his firearm?
Yes.
If he was outside of your county and off the clock, is there a scenario besides a life-threatening situation where it would be appropriate to fire his duty weapon?
No.
Okay. Did you ultimately determine that Mr. Johnson was off the clock at the time he fired his gun?
Yes.
Did you determine during your investigation that he was in any danger or that anyone on the scene was in danger at that time?
At that time, no.
Was there any animals that would have caused danger or harm to his family or himself, that you saw on the property?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. Did you determine that the Jackson County firearms policy was violated on December 1st of 2024?
Yes,
Okay. And did you write a termination letter to that effect?
yes, I did.
Okay, and I sent that termination letter to you in advance. Have you been able to review to make sure that document is what it purports to be?
Yes.
Your Honor, we just ask permission to share the termination letter with the commission.
Please go ahead. And let the record reflect that what is being passed out has been previously admitted as exhibit number 8.
Project Cummings, you can keep that firearms policy in front of you, but if you have the termination letter, and could look at that, that would also be helpful. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
All right, would you just read that letter as you wrote it to the commission, please?
Sure. In whole?
If you don't mind, that'd be great.
Sure. Termination of employment. Dear Mr. Johnson, this letter serves as formal notice that your employment with the Jackson County Sheriff's Department is terminated effective immediately as of December 6, 2024. The reason for your termination is the unauthorized discharge of your firearm on December 1st, 2024, during a time when such action was not warranted. This action not only violated department protocols and safety procedures, but also triggered the involvement of a separate law enforcement department in another jurisdiction, further complicating an already troubling situation. As a law enforcement officer, it is your duty to uphold the highest standards of conduct and professionalism, including strict adherence to all safety regulations and procedures. The discharge of your firearm during an unauthorized time, as well as the subsequent events it caused, represent a serious breach of these responsibilities. Due to the severity of the incident and after a thorough review of the circumstances, we have determined that your actions were inconsistent with the expectations and standards set forth by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department. Consequently, your employment is being terminated immediately. Please return all department-issued equipment, including your badge, firearm, uniform, and any other property belonging to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department by December 6, 2024 to Chief Deputy Roy Shepard. If you have any questions regarding the decision or the return of department property, please contact Chief Deputy Roy Shepard at 931-268-6226. We regret that this situation has led to such action, but we must prioritize the safety, integrity, and well-being of our department and the community we serve.
Okay, and you signed the bottom of that letter as well, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and are you the one who actually drafted this letter?
Yes.
Okay, so there were two, the former chief deputy and you had both signed it, but you ultimately were one who drafted the letter.
Yes.
And so when you were on the scene at Jeremiah's parents' house, did you speak with him directly?
Yeah, just very briefly.
Okay, and did you guys promise to keep him on board at Jackson County?
No, we did not. Was your
Okay.
question, did we promise to keep him on board?
Right, you didn't make any promises about his employment, is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, but you guys did make sure that he was gonna work with Clay County to get the help. On that immediate day, he was gonna get his parents to drive him to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, what did you do after you left the scene at the parents' house?
I think Detective Stanton and I think we'd went to his residence and retrieved his firearms, and I can't remember if we took his patrol vehicle at that time or not.
But then there was kind of like a 5-day period between the incident date and the date you served him with the termination letter. Does that sound right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Johnson work anymore in those 5 days?
No.
Okay. So did your agency terminate Mr. Johnson based on the incidents that happened on December 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Did your agency have concerns with his honesty with the Clay County deputies that day?
Yes.
And did your agency ultimately terminate him for violation of departmental policy and procedures based on his actions that day?
Yes.
Does the Jackson County Sheriff's Department still believe that Mr. Johnson should be decertified based off of his termination for disciplinary reasons?
Yes.
And is that the position of Sheriff Henson as well?
Yes, that's correct.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Myers.
Sergeant Combs, thank you for getting on scene today. I guess you're the only one not ill up there at this point.
Yeah.
It's at my house too. All right, I want to begin by asking just a little bit of questions about the department in general, and then we'll go into the incident. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. So you've been in Jackson County 12 years, all with the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And has that all been under Sheriff Henson?
Yes.
And I know that it fluctuates, but approximately how many deputies report to you in the chain of command?
15, 16.
And it's fair to say that you're a small department.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that, you know, you're kind of doing what you can with what you've got budget-wise.
Absolutely.
And excuse me. Because you're a small department, it's not like you have in-house mental health available to you.
That's correct.
And in the 12 years that you've been there, how many instances has a deputy come to you and said that they were having a mental health issue?
None.
Now, I want to talk about that day in question. I guess this is December 1st, 2024. Mr. Johnson was scheduled to work that evening, right?
Yes.
And it's important that deputies, especially in your department, adhere to those schedules because otherwise you potentially have staffing issues in different parts of your county.
That's correct.
And patrol issues in different parts of your county.
Right.
We want to be able to make sure you have enough deputies that can safely patrol the citizens of Jackson County and its rural county
Yes.
so they can be spread out.
Correct.
Okay. And on that particular day, this happens around midday, maybe a little bit after lunch.
To the best of my knowledge.
I understand. And I'm not asking for the exact time, but it's middle of the day, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you respond, you'd never been to that residence before for his parents?
Nope.
Okay. And then you agree with me that it's a very rural area. There are no other houses around. They live in the country.
Yes, it is.
So you said earlier that you ultimately determined that you fired that duty weapon into the ground.
Correct.
And you believe that's what occurred?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When he did that, did he put anybody in danger?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, obviously, you were not the first person to make contact with Mr. Johnson that day. It was a Sergeant Kane from the Clay County Sheriff's Department.
Right.
And did you previously know before this Sergeant Kane?
No.
Sergeant Kane reports to you that he initially says that he dropped the weapon, right?
Correct.
And you obviously know when you hear that, that's probably not true, right?
Correct.
But you didn't hear or see the interaction with Sergeant Kane and Mr. Johnson.
Can you repeat that, please?
Did you hear or see the interaction between Sergeant Kane, now Chief Deputy Kane, and Mr. Johnson?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. So the context in which he explained that he fired that weapon and the timing of that admission, you wouldn't have any knowledge of.
No.
Okay, so the untruthful statement, you don't know if it happened a millisecond later, 3 minutes later, if he had to be interrogated, or if he went, I dropped it. I shot it in the ground. You have no idea.
No.
And you testified that Sheriff Hinton holds integrity and honesty in highest regard.
Yes.
And you testify that you drafted the termination of employment.
Was your question, did I write the termination letter?
You drafted that letter.
Yes.
Nowhere in the letter does it mention any issues of honesty.
No.
Did Mr. Johnson lie to you when you spoke to him honestly?
Not that I can recall, no.
Do you have any knowledge of any other time during his employment that he ever lied to you?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Because naturally that would be in his personnel file, would it not?
Yes.
And there is no such citation from you or any other officer with your department, deputy with your department, right?
No.
It was a bit frustrating that he had called out for all kinds of reasons, right?
All kinds of reasons he could call out.
No, it was a bit frustrating to you that he had called off duty that day, earlier in the day, for many different reasons.
I don't know if I would call it frustrating, but yes.
Right, you have a shift staffed, and now you're one deputy short.
Correct.
You also understand that he was having some personal issues and some mental health issues that day, is that right?
I was aware after the fact, but not before.
Understand, but as we sit here today, you know that that was the case.
Yes.
Would you rather him come to work while under that state, or would you rather him call out?
Call out.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Sorry.
For your actor.
If Mr. Johnson applied to work at Jackson County again, would he be eligible for rehire?
I'm not sure. I'm not the one who does the hiring, but I wouldn't think so.
Typically, if someone is terminated for a disciplinary matter and your agency submits them for decertification, is that the kind of candidate that the sheriff would seek to rehire?
No.
Did you review the Clay County Sheriff's Office police report?
Yes, I did.
And is that a part of Mr. Johnson's personnel file?
I think so. I'm not sure. I haven't actually looked at Mr. Johnson's file completely.
If I were to tell you that it's in Mr. Johnson's personnel file, would you believe me?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And that police report says all of the information that Chief Deputy Kane gathered that day. Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay, so if it says, I asked Jeremiah how many times he shot the firearm outside and he acted as if he hadn't, would that be dishonest to you?
Yes.
And if he says, I explained that the gun had 15-round magazine and was only loaded with 13 rounds, and Jeremiah stated that when he went to get it out of the car, he dropped it and it's discharged, would that be dishonest to you?
Yes.
Okay. I advised Jeremiah that Jackson County was on the way and it would suit him to be honest, and that when they get here, rather than lie and say the gun discharged, because that's not what happened. Jeremiah stated he got out of the car and pointed it at the ground, and that's all that he did. Would you say that that was it took 3 statements to get a truthful statement from Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
And so then when Mr. Johnson said, yeah, some guns will go off when dropped, but Glock isn't one of them, that's a statement from Mr. Johnson. Do you feel like that's an admission that his first statement was untrue?
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with the commission regarding Mr. Johnson's potential decertification?
No.
No further questions, John?
All right, commissioner members, any questions for Sergeant Cummins?
Sheriff Martin. Sergeant Cummins, how are you today?
Doing well, sir. Thank you.
Good. Had you had any other write-ups, complaints, concerns on Jeremiah Johnson as a deputy sheriff of the Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
Other than this incident that took place on December 3rd, 2024, had there been any other ramblings from coworkers, the sheriff, yourself, any of the other command staff about his work ethics, conduct, or anything outside our norm in law enforcement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I've got here the Clay County Sheriff's Office incident report dated 12/3/24. Looks like it was entered sometime around 10:26. I assume that's in the morning time. The complaint occurred, the initial call out was on December 2nd, 2024 at 13:30. I assume that's at 1:30 PM. Is that the way you understand it?
That. Are you saying December 2nd for the call that Jeremiah was on? Is that your question?
Yes. Yes, sir. When Clay County was notified of the incident at 356 Virgil Deckard Road in Red Bowling Springs, Tennessee.
December the 1st.
December 1st.
I believe that was the date. Yes.
Okay. I'm going by what was submitted here in evidence a minute ago. So give or take,
Okay.
December 1st or December 2nd we agree that's when the incident took place. Is that right?
Yes.
What did the Jackson County Sheriff's Department do when you were on the scene? And I take it you and you said a detective went over there. What did y'all do with Jeremiah Johnson there at the scene?
We essentially just talked with the Overton County deputies and told them whatever they got to do it. We wasn't there to try to step on their toes in any shape or form. We spoke with Jeremiah briefly, who was having a hard time. And we did advise him that we was going to take his firearm that day. I think he asked about his employment, but at that time I was unaware of what was going to happen.
Okay, so at the scene in Clay County, you took his Jackson County issued Glock Model 22.
Correct.
Okay. You were advised of the situation there, of the mental breakdown he was having, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you, being a sergeant at the time, you didn't have the chief deputy or the sheriff there, did either one of them talk to this Deputy Johnson via cell phone or anything like that while you're at the scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did you or the detective that was with you have a conversation with Jeremiah Johnson about what could be provided for him for his mental health?
I think we might have spoke briefly about that. And I think he wanted to know if it would affect his job. I believe we told him no. Other than that, that's all I can recall.
Does your county HR, I'd assume that you probably don't have an HR division in your department. I don't, and I'm a little bit bigger than y'all, but does your county have an HR division that deals with these kinds of things?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware of anybody in your administration that might have contacted your division of human resources, county attorney, county mayor, anybody like that you had a deputy with a mental health situation that had another agency called about discharging a county issued firearm in another county?
No.
Did anybody have a conversation that you had a deputy sheriff that was a military vet that was having a very bad day, that a girlfriend had basically told him to go kill himself?
No.
Had this not been a county issued firearm and this had been his own private Glock 22, what would have taken place?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how to answer that. I know, once again, returning how the sheriff is big on dishonesty. Other than that, I'm not sure what to tell you. If it was his own firearm.
Yes, sir, and I respect that. And that's my follow-up to my next question. Is then why is dishonesty not listed in this termination letter?
I guess a mistake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sergeant Cummings.
Sure.
Mr. Lane, I have a question for you. Outside of the preliminary investigation that you and your team did on the scene, was there any internal investigation conducted between the time of the incident and this letter being drafted?
Not one that I was involved in.
Okay. Was there ever a statement by Mr. Johnson taken to determine whether or not there was contributing factors or just understanding what took place that day?
Once again, not that I was involved in.
Okay. Did you get any report between the second and the day the letter was written? Any mental health records, anything from anybody?
I didn't receive anything, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the commission?
One other I think is very relevant, Your Honor. Sergeant Cummings, did Jackson County request Jeremiah Johnson to go take a drug or alcohol test?
I don't think so.
Do you know why?
I'm unsure.
Are y'all under the Drug Free Workplace Act? Do you know?
Yes.
And generally, if you have a fender bender or discharge of a firearm in any other situation, do we not go take drug or alcohol test?
For a vehicle, motor accidents, yes.
You don't on discharge of firearms?
If it's a negligent discharge, I would assume so.
So this was not a negligent discharge?
According to policy, yes.
Okay.
Any further questions? Hearing none, any redirect?
No, you're right.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Sergeant Cummings. Any need to recall this witness? Future party representative, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cummings, you're the party representative. You're welcome to remain. Since you're virtual and I can't see you using your phone or anything like that, I will ask you that while you are here observing as the department's party rep, that you do not communicate with anyone about anything in this case. Don't text your chief deputy, don't post anything. Just don't tell anyone about this case until after we are done with the proceeding and I release you. Does that make sense?
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Nicely.
That's the last witness for the state, Your Honor.
All right. The state has concluded its proof. How's everyone doing? All right. That's all it takes is one. So we will take a, say, 15-minute break and be back at 3:56 p.m. Central Time. We're in recess.
Yeah. All the sleeves falling out, all of us out. Gary, you gotta tell me about the job, man. You gotta tell me about the job.
Oh. I wanted that, yeah.
Thank you.
Ralph, I'm pulling it up for you now.
So we're going to go back on the record. The department has just rested its proof. So, Mr. Byers, all yours.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call Jeremiah Johnson.
All right. Mr. Johnson, you can join me up here, please. Yes, sir. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Steve, please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you very much. Please have a seat. All yours, Mr. Byers.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson, let's start off by telling the commissioners a little bit of your educational background. After high school, what did you do?
I attend Tennessee Tech University, where I obtained my bachelor's degree in criminal justice and criminology, also a master's in professional studies and public safety.
Okay. And while you were attending that school, were you working in any law enforcement capacity?
I was working in corrections at the time,
Which department?
Putnam County.
Okay. Did you work in corrections anywhere else after that?
Yes, I worked in Jackson County. I started off with them first, then I worked my way up, worked in Putnam County. There, I started in as a trooper academy.
And then was there a stand in Macon County corrections as well?
Say that again?
Did you ever work for Macon County as well?
Yes, as a deputy.
When you went through post-certification process to begin with and went to the academy, was it through the Tennessee Highway Patrol?
Sir,
Why did you ultimately not work for Tennessee Highway?
I ended up enlisting in the military and just ended up resigning after that and started working with Macon County.
After basic training and you were in the Guard, you then resumed your law enforcement career outside of the military.
Correct.
We're going to fast forward. I want to talk to you about December 2nd, 2024, right? That day, before your parents called, what happened?
I was under a lot of mental health trauma that day. And you mean the day before or the day of?
The day before, what led to the issues that we're here to talk about today? I don't mean like going back to childhood, I guess I was trying to,
Okay.
you know, like,
I was having some issues at home at the time and was going through some mental health issues during that same day.
were you under treatment of any kind at that point?
No, sir.
Said you're having trouble at home. The nature of the trouble was with your then girlfriend.
Yes.
You guys have been together for some time.
Yes, we're currently married now, going through counseling.
At this time, you were having some difficulties.
Yes.
Other than the normal stressors of life, were there other things that were causing you to have some problems that you experienced on the job?
Yes, one incident was when I was working for Macon County, where it's a dead end pistol problem.
That was obviously before you started at Jackson County.
Correct.
Did you seek any treatment out at that?
No, sir.
Did Macon County offer anything in-house or anything like that?
No, sir. I spoke to people under me as far as like advice what I could do.
Of course, you're in the Guard at this point. You didn't seek out any treatment to the Guard at that time.
Correct.
Is that because I'm worried about advancing in your career?
Correct.
The day that the shooting occurs, is there something that happens that really sends you into an episode?
It's
Was it the day before that your parents and you guys got the phone call?
yes.
Okay, tell them about that.
You mean in the phone call, correct?
I'm your now wife, then girl.
Yes. She had called me. We had a little bit of an argument that day, and she did make those statements that are in the recordings that led to the mental health issues.
How did that make you feel?
Felt just a lot of emotions during that day. I felt like I wasn't part of her life. It's just so many emotions during that day. I really can't explain, honestly.
Now, you mentioned it, touched on it. Since then, we've had more than a year has passed. You two are married now?
Yes,
You're actively and proactively in marriage counseling.
correct.
Is it because you want to stop problems from happening on the front end, or is it because you already have them?
Stop problems in general.
Okay, so it's proactive
Yes,
marriage counseling.
yes,
Does it help?
yes. And it's through the military, they offer those resources.
Now, December 2nd comes around, and let's tell the commissioners what happened with the shooting.
I arrived home at my mother's house that day. We were bringing stuff home from my residence at the time.
She kicked you out.
Correct,
So you're bringing back personal property from your shared residence.
correct. Just was in my own head, just going through a lot at that time. I can't remember, I think it was early in the mornings during that day.
Do you know you had to work that night?
I did.
Go ahead.
And that's another reason why I called out, because worked at that time that it needed to call out. So when I was going through some things, I exited out of my vehicle, took the gun as a sign for help, shot at the ground.
Do you have a plan to do any harm for yourself, on yourself?
At that time, yes,
So this is sort of the last ditch proper help.
correct.
Is that the term they use in the
Yes.
proper help? But it worked, didn't it? Obviously, you know, at that point, law enforcement's on its way, Clay County's on its way.
Correct.
Tell the commissioners about your interaction with then Sergeant, now Chief Deputy King. Did you ever met him?
Never.
How did that play out? When he comes up and talks to you, what do you say?
Just a normal casual conversation about the incident. He had mentioned that he had a confiscated weapon. That's when I made a statement that I was working for the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. I worked the next day.
Did you tell him that you had dropped it getting out of your vehicle?
Yes, I not at first, no. That was because I was under a lot of trauma. At that time, I had told him that I did drop it. Then when he questioned me again, that's when I came to and said yes.
Now, let's unpack that a little bit. You were here and you heard what he said, but you were also there, right? Is this a circumstance where it takes interrogation for you to tell him the truth? Is this a circumstance where it's all part of the same conversation? How quickly, we're talking about in time during this conversation, were you?
It was automatic. I knew it then. It was important that they knew the information. How important it was, not only for me, but for others as well.
By the time the Jackson County deputies get there, those are two officers that you knew and had worked with.
Yes,
We had Shane Stanton, Detective King, and then Sergeant Cummings. And was your primary concern at that moment continued employment?
correct.
How long did it take? Was it pretty quickly you realized that your primary concern should probably be getting some help?
Yes, at that point, yes, because I knew at that point it was important for help that was needed at that time, yes.
Now, they did not, 604 didn't take you into custody for a mental health evaluation involuntarily, did they?
Correct, they didn't. I volunteered myself.
And did mom and dad take you to Macon County Hospital?
Yes,
Your Honor, one of the previously admitted exhibits is the records from that visit. If I publish those commissioners, I believe they're also in the.
All right, let the record reflect that you're presenting the commissioners with what has been previously entered as collective exhibit number 3, medical evaluations and report records.
On that same day, did they drug test you?
No.
Did they drug test you when you got to the hospital?
When I was admitted at Trust Point, yes,
You went that same day?
that same day.
After you left Trust Point. After you left Trust Point, what was your next step in relation to following up with their recommended treatment?
To ensure that I maintain my medications and proper counseling.
Now, you appeared before this commission informal hearing in January of last year,
Correct,
and you'd already provided this information.
yes,
But you had done more by that point. That was just 6 or so weeks later.
right.
Had you also went and seen a Denise Fish? Who's she?
She was my counselor at the time. That was all for about military.
Okay. Your similar request to publish to the commissioners the paper copy of Ms. Fish's letter. While I'm at it, you also had at that time tried to present a letter from a First Sergeant Ames. Who's that?
That's he's my first sergeant for 269 MB company. He was also a lieutenant at the informal.
And so at the time that you appeared in front of this informal commission, you had seen Ms. Fish
Yes,
and you had disclosed this circumstance to your first sergeant with your company.
correct. By policy, we have to, something like that, get involved along with it. It's our policy that we gotta do that.
Sure. So Ms. Fish, you had about 7 appointments with her at that point?
Correct,
Okay. But you had started some medication and helping.
yes.
Was the first medication you got completely dialed in, or did that take more time?
It wasn't completely dialed in, it was causing me to have, weight gains and wasn't very effective.
And that was as of that January 16th, 2024, involuntary.
Correct.
Do you think at that time that you were fully ready necessarily to get back on it? Are you more ready now?
110%.
Now, you also started seeing a Jeffrey Cook. Who's Jeffrey Cook?
He is a behavioral health specialist that is through the military. He also does, when we go through in processing before deployments, they check his medical records to ensure that the health is intact.
Okay, Your Honor, let the record reflect. I've asked Administrator Freaks to help me to do so. This is another one of the previously stipulated exhibits of the letter from that individual part of collective.
All right, this is in Evelyn's iPad as well as what's titled Cook LCSA 11.
That's right. Thank you. So now the letter from the Counselor Cook, you mentioned that was something that is part of a pre-deployment process with the Guard.
Yes,
Did that mean that you were scheduled for deployment?
talking about after the incident.
After.
Yes,
The first deployment that you went on, were you still under treatment?
correct. Taking medications at this time.
Correct. And active counseling?
Yes.
Where were you deployed?
First, I was deployed in Washington, DC.
And what was the nature of your role? What was your MOS and what was your job duties on that deployment?
Military police. So what they had me doing is I was running company operations. So during the whole entire time in DC, I'm making sure that operations are running smoothly. And on a side note, based off my educational experience, I was also gathering intel to figure out what nature of crimes can occur at a certain period of time.
Did you find the citizens of Washington, D.C. happy to have you there?
Negative.
Was it stressful?
Yes,
Were you able to perform, in your opinion, adequately?
yes,
Now, leading up to that deployment, had you maintained the relationship with Ms. Fish, the other counselor?
yes. She said I can contact her anytime I want.
All right. Now, leading up to that deployment, did Ms. Fish have to provide an opinion to your command?
Correct.
Your Honor, for the record, this is also collected exhibit 1. It's in the iPads. It is a subsequent letter from Ms. Fish. March. By the time you deployed to DC, what is the status of your mental health?
I wasn't under any profiles at that time. Normally, when a situation like that, you have to be under either permanent or temporary profile. I was on temporary profile at the time. And before the deployment, they got me off of the profile for Denise Fish.
And in addition to the in-person counseling, did you take some classes?
Yes.
And for example, what is SAMHSA? What is that?
Say that again.
What is the Disaster Technical Assistance Training Force, Shield of Resistance?
Yes, that is, I was doing some research, and based off what I gathered, multiple law enforcement agencies use that to seek any sort of training, even if it's involved in mental health.
Did you complete that course?
I did.
I believe this is, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, and Mr. Creed is my hero today. Appreciate him. That's the music that. Okay, this was also previously stipulated, I believe it was collected, it was within collected exhibit 2.
Correct.
Did you complete that course?
I did.
Was that required for you to do that?
No, I took the initiative.
Who is Melissa Minton?
She's my operations sergeant.
And what is the nature of her union with the military?
He's the NCO, so I'm underneath her. So anything that goes on negatively or positively about operations, I go through her.
Is she also within a military police company?
Yes.
Was she someone that you reported to during your deployment to DC?
Yes.
Did she provide a letter to the post commission based upon your conduct as military police on that deployment?
Yes.
Your Honor, also collected exhibit 2. This is letter from his Sergeant First Class. Sergeant Minton, excuse me. Now, was the DC deployment also involving other command staff with your company?
Correct.
Was it the 269th Military Police Company?
Yes.
Who is Sergeant First Class Amanda Fox?
She is above Sergeant Minton. So if through the chain of command, if, like I mentioned, I have to go through Sergeant Minton for anything, and any information goes up
Who is
there.
Sergeant Dorothy Jackson?
She is my current team leader.
Who is Lieutenant Colonel Mitchell Thompson?
He is a lieutenant colonel of battalion. He's the one that I got a recommendation to the Tennessee accommodation for being in DC deployment.
While we're at it, since I'm not sure if we've been so good, what is Tennessee Grit? What is that?
Tennessee Grit is a program for soldiers who are either not that need to seek either physical or mental help. It's a program in Smyrna, Tennessee, where you utilize mental, physical, sleep, and I can't remember the other two, but those are the main ones I remember from the class. We just essentially exercise, counsel each other, and complete that within, I think that was about a month.
And finally, what is, I think most recent is from December, what is the Allison certificate?
Allison certificate is it's a free online well, not necessarily free, you have to pay it to get a certificate, but it's an online course. You go on and search for any course you would want to take as far as like mental health.
And finally, Your Honor, these are all being published to the commissioners, again, in pursuant to the previous stipulations, both collected exhibit 2 and I'm just getting those out there, that way I can continue with the rest. So I think most of these have also been uploaded to individual commissioners' iPads for review, so they don't have that stack paper in front of them. All right. After DC, did you come back in between deployments and work somewhere else?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I currently work with the Smith County Sheriff's Office as a correctional officer, and I also work as a armed security guard for Fortified Richburg.
Okay. And was it your intention while you were litigating this, trying to show this commission progress, to try to go on the road with you?
Right.
What prevented that from happening other than this post? Was it another deployment?
Correct.
Tell the commissioners about the second deployment.
I'm currently in Memphis, Tennessee on a deployment, 269 MP company, and other companies as well.
In that capacity, are you still working as military police?
Correct. Under operations command.
Is Memphis different than DC?
A lot different.
Okay. You have a lot more partner agencies that are state agencies that you work with there.
Correct.
Highway Patrol,
Correct.
TBI,
Correct.
Memphis Police Department,
Correct.
Sherwood County Sheriff's Department.
Yep. And in addition to that, I'll gain connections through TTI to have access to their crime mapping systems to utilize that as our benefit to showcase where crimes are occurring at that current time.
Now, we're a year out from this incident in Lake County. It's now a year.
Yeah.
How do you feel now?
Feel great.
How's your head
Level.
in your ears? Have you experienced the trauma of the job in DC and Memphis?
Yes.
How do you handle it now?
All the people that's around you, I've known them. And they are open arms. They have an open door policy. My first sergeant even mentioned that to me before leaving here. If there's anything I need to talk to them about, I'm always open to talk to them.
Are you still actively getting counseling through VA services?
Yes.
Are you still actively taking and having your medications managed? Have you shot your duty weapon or any other weapon into the ground outside of policy in any of these capacities on these deployments?
Negative.
Tell the commissioners about how the stressors of those two deployments in military, as a military police officer, are different than the ones you experienced in Jackson, Macon, and
I'm always away from my family. There's times that I don't have that much of an opportunity to contact my family, considering my role in operations now. That takes a lot of toll. And when I do get a time, I ensure that my wife, my kids are on my first dial tone.
now you probably don't get calls like you did as a deputy,
Right.
You go on missions or assignments.
I don't go on missions or assignments. Like I said, I work under operations to ensure all soldiers are taken care of safely and making sure operations run smoothly. But yes, they are giving me the opportunity when I do come back to go on mission.
Do you interact with the public in a law enforcement capacity?
Not in the law enforcement capacity. Well, as far as personally, I do interact with them, but law enforcement capacity, yes. As well.
As military police, I should
Yeah.
say.
Yes,
As a
yes,
member of the National Guard.
yes.
Your MOS with the National Guard is military police.
They're sending me to MP school in next month.
And is the reason that you're not completed that because of this post decertification?
Negative. It's because my MOS right now is 11 Bravo infantryman.
Now, recently, and we provided it the other day, during this process of being this, an opportunity to realize there was a vacancy with the VA.
Correct.
Tell them about that.
There was an opportunity, there was a open door for that, so I applied for that position. Immediately the day after the interview, the day of the interview, they asked one question. They asked me if I ever was terminated from an employment, and I was honest with them. I explained to them the whole situation that occurred with Jackson County. And the day after the interview, they sent me another email confirming my work letter.
And what have you been offered by the VA on the 12th of this month?
Police officer position.
Is that a GS position?
Yes,
Like, this is also in your iPads, and if anybody wants the paper copy, it's in there as VA offered. Some people really like the paper, so again, investigative credentials on the Christmas list is very helpful. But get your steps in. Yeah. Are you in a better position now than you were on December 2nd, 2024? If so, why?
yes. 110%, I am in a better position. Why? Because now I understand that there are resources that are available, and I will take advantage of that 100%.
And why didn't you do that before? Right? Just fear? What was it?
Stigma,
Do you, as you sit here, think that stigma is insane now that you've availed yourself?
negative.
Before I let cross-examination, is there anything else that you want to tell the commission?
With me coming out, with all this information, I hope they take everything into consideration, understand the situation, and keep my close.
You want to work in law enforcement?
10%.
Anything else you want to do?
Law enforcement has been a family heritage of mine.
Ms. Muslim.
Thank you, Your Honor. What year did you start at Putnam County Corrections?
2019,
2019? And then, so it's 2026, so that's about 7 years, is that right?
sounds correct, ma'am.
Okay, so then you went to Jackson County Corrections?
I worked Jackson County first, ma'am, and then I moved to Putnam County,
When did you start at Jackson?
2017.
So going on about 9 years.
Correct.
When did you go to the Highway Patrol Academy?
I believe it's in 2022, ma'am.
2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And since then, you've been at Highway Patrol, Macon, Jackson, and now you're at Smith. Is that right?
As a correction officer, yes.
Okay, so I just want that's 6 law enforcement agencies since 2017 and 4 law enforcement agencies since 2022. Is that accurate?
Sounds great.
Okay, and then you've also had jobs in the National Guard and you're working as an armed guard. And now you have a job offer from VA Police and Smith County as a patrol deputy. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so fair to say you've hopped around a little bit. You haven't stayed at one job for very long.
I was looking for I was searching for a place for myself.
You were looking for the right place. And do you feel like Smith County is the right place?
Yes.
Ms. Nicely, we could pause your cross-examination for just a second. Well, I have a private question for Superintendent Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may continue your examination. I was inquiring as to whether or not a conflict existed in my presiding over this matter. I determined that there is none.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. How old are you, Mr. Johnson?
I'm 33 years of age.
And how old were you when you went to the highway patrol? 2022, so about 29, 30.
39, yes, yes, ma'am.
So in those 4 years, I'd say you've probably experienced a lot working at all these different agencies.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that fair? And you said that the incident that triggered the original trauma, that happened at a call in Macon County.
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that?
So that probably 4.
2024.
I want to say, I'm not sure entirely, ma'am.
And then shortly thereafter, that's when you moved to Jackson County.
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you work at Jackson County before you were fired?
Couple.
Couple months. You testified on direct that the call from your girlfriend happened the day before the actual firearm incident. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct.
Okay, so what time of the day was the call from your girlfriend?
We just, before the call, we just had a situation at home. It's spat, I think what it was. I don't remember the entire day of that day. She called, said those things, and that's when I felt down about myself.
Okay, can you speak into the microphone? I just can't.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what time of day was the phone call from your girlfriend when she said those things that were upsetting to you?
What time of day?
Time of the day.
Time of the day, it was around noonish, somewhere around there.
Okay, and that would have been about 24 hours before the incident at your parents' house.
Sounds correct.
Okay. So the heat of that argument, your response to fire your firearm the next day was still based on the heat of that argument that happened 24 hours ago.
We had another situation that same day of that incident.
Okay. But the day that she told you to kill yourself, that was on the phone 24 hours before.
No, ma'am, that was the day of.
Okay, so what was the phone call the 24 hours before?
She was just telling me that I would need to leave, get myself.
Okay. So this same girlfriend, this is the one you ended up, y'all are married now.
Yes, ma'am.
At the informal commission hearing, you had mentioned like, you might have just been calling her different names. You said the mother of your child and then girlfriend and then wife. That's all the same person?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can you clarify for us, which one is the one you're married to now the same person that you were in the fight with that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said y'all are in marriage counseling. Is that separate from the personal counseling or is this all the same counseling?
It's through the same system through the military.
Okay, but different
But
humans?
different people, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified that you fired the firearm as a sign for help. Why didn't you just go inside and ask your parents for help?
I was raised in a family where talking about mental health wasn't a thing, so I wasn't able to talk to them. I don't believe they would have understood.
But once you shot your gun and the police came and they're the ones who actually transported you to the hospital, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they came around,
What do you mean?
but they understood that you needed mental health support when you ended up asking for it.
I'm guessing from what the deputy would explain to them.
Okay. You testified that after you lied to the Clay County deputy, that it was automatic that you switched your story to the truth. Do you remember telling your lawyer that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You read the police report from the Clay County deputy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is it accurate that the report says at first you acted like you didn't shoot the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you told him after he said the gun had a 15-round mag and a 13-round mag, and then you said, well, it went off, it fell out of the car and went off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so then the deputy said, well, Jackson County's on their way. You should probably be honest with them. And you said, okay, actually, I shot the gun.
Yes, it was right after they had mentioned about when I had mentioned about dropping the gun.
Okay. But that was it. it was not an automatic correction like, well, it fell, no, actually I shot it. There were, you and the deputy were kind of going back and forth.
Say that again.
It was a conversation with the deputy kind of back and forth.
Yes, it was a conversation. Then when I had mentioned about the drop in the weapon, that's when I knew at that point that I needed to explain full reason.
So then he says, well, you should probably be honest. And you're like, yeah, I shot the gun.
Yes, that was the automatic moment, ma'am.
Okay. And then, but you knew the whole time that you were not telling the truth because you said, well, blocks don't really go off like that. You told the deputy, yeah, some guns will go off when dropped, but Glock isn't one of them.
Yes,
Okay, so you knew that that was an untruthful statement when you made it to the law enforcement officer.
yes,
Did you tell Smith County that you lied to Clay County?
I had mentioned to them of the incident that occurred during the hiring process.
And when you were at Jackson County, you knew about the firearms policy that you weren't supposed to shoot your firearm unless you were under one of those very specific circumstances in the general orders. That's right.
I was made aware of the policy, but I did not read the policy at the time.
But you were aware there was a firearms policy.
Say again,
You were aware that Jackson County had a firearms policy.
almost every agency has a policy, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you were off duty in a different county, shooting your firearm, you agree that that's a violation of Jackson County's firearm policy.
Correct.
You called out sick on December 1st. You called out sick from work on the day of the incident.
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't defending yourself from any immediate harm that day. You weren't defending yourself with your firearm from somebody that was causing harm to you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You weren't trying to shoot or kill an animal that day.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You just shot your gun into the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. One of the letters from Mr. Cook, do you recall receiving a recommendation letter from Mr. Cook?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Byers, is that a copy of that letter I can look at? I'm sorry. to ask.
No.
Got one?
All right, and who is Jeffrey Cook to you?
He's a behavioral health specialist
Okay, through the military?
through the military. Yes, ma'am.
And you've reviewed that letter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that letter says, Officer Johnson recognizes the illogical and reckless nature of his behavior and the actions leading to the concern that led to the confiscation of his weapon, vehicle, and eventual hospitalization and termination. The officer and current service member face two separate stressors related to relationship, housing, and now additionally a third for unemployment. Decommissioning him at present causes further strain on his functioning mental health, resolving relationship issues, employment search, and moving residences. It further restricts many job opportunities that he can apply for. I'm asking the training commission to consider whether any available alternatives to decommissioning the officer for the betterment of the quality of the life of the officer. Do you agree that whether you should be decommissioned or whether you should lose your post certification, whether that would affect your mental health should not be a deciding factor for this commission?
Say that again.
So if the commission decertified you and that affected your mental health negatively, that should not be something the commission uses to decide whether to decertify you. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Okay, the commission has to decide whether to decertify you based off of the actions that led to your termination at Jackson County. Do you agree?
Correct.
Okay. And you agree that the letter from Jackson County that references a violation of the firearm policy, was the primary reason for termination.
Correct.
And you agree that during the investigation relating to the firearms policy, you lied to law enforcement.
Not intentionally, no, ma'am, but yes.
It wasn't an intentional lie? You knew that you were lying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
no further questions, Joe.
Redirect.
Yes, please.
Through your work with corrections in Smith County. Yes. You explored being hired as a road deputy and interviewed for it.
I have not been interviewed for it, no, but I have been interviewed for, I was interviewed for the corrections officer position.
Okay. You work with the chief deputy,
Yes,
and as a part of that consideration, they had you submit to a psychological assessment again in August.
yes,
Was that psychological assessment done by Hardison?
sounds, Hardison,
This,
yes,
this will be the final thing that I'll pass out so I can take care of it. And was that psychological assessment sent to the post commission as well, as far as you know?
as far as I'm aware.
Your Honor, this has also previously been, admitted as exhibit. I think it was been collected.
All right, and everyone's iPad, it is post psych eval assessment, 8/6/2025.
Otherwise, I will pass the witness. That is all the redirect that I have. And any more for questions from the commissioners?
I have a brief redirect, if that's okay, to read it off.
That's fine.
That psych eval you did on August 6th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're aware that psych evaluations for the post commission, you have to do one after a break of service with 6 months.
Correct, I believe.
Okay, so you're aware that that psych eval is about 5 months old at this point.
Yes.
What do you actually do as a in Memphis? Are you sitting at a computer? Are you responding to calls? Are you arresting people?
We don't have a arresting authority, ma'am.
Okay, what do you do in Memphis?
What I'm doing is I'm running operations, ensuring that our soldiers are running smoothly on day-to-day operations. And we have a radio in our operation, so if there's a call that comes out, we have to respond to that call.
Okay, so do you mostly sit at a desk, sit at a radio, sit in a vehicle?
I sit at a desk running operations, ma'am.
Okay, so you would agree that that's not the same as what a road deputy does every day?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not the same level of stress that you had during the traumatic events in Macon and Jackson County?
There is a little bit of stress level, yes, but not the same.
Okay, so you would agree that the potential to go back to being a sheriff's deputy could add to the traumatic stressors like you had before?
Negative.
You don't think you'll see scary and upsetting things if you go back to being a road deputy?
Yes, I would see that, but that would not have no effect on me, ma'am.
Okay, it wouldn't have any effect on you. The woman that said those horrible things to you on the day of this incident, in December, when did you marry her?
February,
So 2 months after she said all that to you, y'all were able to get married?
yes.
Okay, and when were you deployed to DC?
It was in August.
Okay, so you lived with her February, March, April, May, June, July, August. Have there been any incidents with her?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and since August, have you been out of the house? Like, have you been in Washington DC or Memphis?
Yes, I've been walking around Memphis.
Okay, so there may be some adjustments when your deployment is over and you move back home.
Yes,
Okay, because y'all are currently working through some marriage counseling, you've been through some traumatic things in the last couple of years.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, And then again, a road deputy job will probably be more stressful than the operations that you're doing in Memphis.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions, Chuck?
Just a little bit. But
You understand what the stressors are of a road deputy.
Yes,
Do you feel that now you have the appropriate tools that you need to deal with those stressors?
yes,
Did you have those before?
no.
All right, commission members, any questions?
Commissioner Wright. Mr. Johnson, were you on at the time before, or on or before December 2nd, up until I know you've got some mental health after the fact, it looked like the hospital put you on Zoloft initially.
Yes,
Have you ever took behavioral health meds prior to this incident occurring?
yes, sir.
Um,
The medication I was taking at the time that I had mentioned was one that was causing me to gain weight and wasn't very effective.
and you was on that at the time the incident occurred?
No, I
That
was,
was after.
that was after the incident.
Was you on any kind of behavioral health meds, or did you seek any kind of treatment prior to this,
The incident,
ever before?
the incident,
That's right.
no, sir.
The council just kind of went over part of what I was going to talk about too. There is a lot of stresses in law enforcement, and if you were to encounter that, you feel like you can handle that now.
Yes, sir.
Well, let me go with this first. You said earlier that day you were suicidal.
Yes, sir.
Is it your treatment and your meds combination of is what has helped you at this point? Would you say both of those things?
Yes, sir.
Just want to throw a hypothetical out there. What would happen if those meds became unavailable? You was in law, or is your mental capacity dependent upon that kind of medication
Yes,
at this point?
yes.
Um,
And for the record, it does not have an effect on my day-to-day duties while taking the meds.
but if for whatever reason they were become unavailable, which probably should not, alternative out there. I guess what I'm trying to come across is if for some reason at some point in time you were no longer on those medications, do you feel like you can still perform your job as a law enforcement officer under those stressful conditions?
Yes.
One other thing, I should have probably asked this about this, I didn't know Jackson County was here. There's been a lot around the two things. One, violation of the firearms policy with Jackson County. Another thing, truthfulness, and dishonesty, integrity.
Yes, sir.
I know you do not have a copy of Jackson County's firearm policy there. If somebody could get it, I may have some questions on that. Like I said, Jackson County may have been the better person to ask of this. But my question is going to be, can you show me in here where it has anything to do with off-duty use of a firearm?
No, sir, like I said, I was made aware of the policy, but I didn't have, as far as the shortage of the employment that I had, I didn't have the opportunity to go with the policy.
Well, I guess kind of what the point I'm getting at is I don't see anything in this policy that addresses the off-duty use of a firearm other than if you discharge your firearm off duty, you're supposed to immediately let your assistant chief, chief deputy, or sheriff know about it and make a report. But I don't see anything about the actual use of an off-duty firearm.
Is it okay if I take the
Yeah,
time
you
to
take
go?
your time to.
Apologize for taking my time.
So you're trying to do your thing. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something important.
What is it exactly are you looking for here?
My question was, you admitted that you violated their firearms policy. Can you point out in this policy where you violated?
What I can see, that could be a potential, maybe be a warning shot that are prohibited, maybe. I'm not for sure. That would be considered. Like I said, I was employed with them for a couple months. I was made aware of the policy. I just hadn't had the chance to read the policy.
Okay, let's say I'm not, and this question would have been a lot better for Jackson County, than you, although they're already here and gone. That's the reason I just want to kind of bring it up, because you did say you violated it. Try to identify what it was. Let's see if I can. I don't believe.
Go ahead. Commissioner Lane, from the time this incident occurred until you received this letter, were you contacted by the Jackson County Sheriff's Office regarding to any kind of investigation? Did they ask you for a statement?
No, sir. They didn't do a report either. That day, where I got admitted into Trust Point, I was there for a few days. I was admitted. Then once I left, I even contacted them myself to see what they would need from me, and nobody responded. And when I did get contacted, I was told to come by the office, and that's when I was handed a termination letter.
To your knowledge, do you know if they requested your medical records?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Commissioner Green, number one, I want to thank you for your military service. Now I have a few questions about the firearm use also. When the officers were asking you about it, you knew you'd get in trouble if you told them the truth.
Correct.
And the reason you lied, because you knew it would affect your employment with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
What's to prevent you when you feel that your job is threatened in the future? Your history now is to lie when you think you're going to get in trouble. What's to keep you from doing that again?
You reiterate that question again? I'm sorry.
You've already demonstrated that when under pressure and you may feel that your job is in jeopardy, you are untrue. Why wouldn't you do that again?
Why wouldn't I do that again in the future? Because it's important to be truthful. regardless now.
Now,
I'm not now, I meant, like, it's important to be truthful regardless in general. And at that time, yes, it was out of fear.
you know that truthfulness is the most important thing that an officer carries with them through their professional life.
Correct.
When you go to court, this incident about being untruthful in a police investigation is going to be available to the defense attorney when you go on the stand to testify.
Correct. My entire time I've been in law enforcement, I have not been questioned on stand regarding my investigations.
Yet,
Correct.
if you become a line officer, that's a possibility.
Negative.
You don't think so?
No, sir.
They won't ask you why you lied during this investigation.
That would be a possible question, and I would be truthful.
Don't you think it hurts your credibility when you testify in court?
Yes.
Does that make you an effective law enforcement officer?
No, sir.
So why should you be in law enforcement?
Because I was raised in a family of history of law enforcement, and I want to preserve it to the community. That is one of my main reasons why.
Commissioner Carter, just going back to that day of the incident, when you said that you were crying out for help, were you crying out prior to firing a gun in the ground or after firing a gun into the ground?
After the fact.
After the fact? Okay, I'm certainly glad you didn't follow through with it.
What's that?
I'm certainly glad you didn't follow through with it.
Yes, sir.
So, deep down in your heart, did you really want to do it?
Yes.
You did? Okay. So I think.
Commissioner Spangler, during your DC and Memphis deployment
Yes, sir.
with the Guard,
Yes, sir.
were you armed?
No, sir.
The policy that's been in question here about the firearms policy,
Yes, sir.
did you sign a deadly force form or did they give you a deadly force form? Do you recall?
I don't recall, honestly.
And you talked about the medications that you're on now. Are they mind altering medications?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilbur, you talk about the support you have from colleagues and from professional counselors. Do you have the support of your family? I don't.
Say it again.
Do you have the support of do you feel like you have support from your family? Because
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see parents or wife here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are they not here?
My mom, she's hadn't had knee surgery, and my wife, she works.
Okay.
And we have an autistic stepson, so her schedule varies.
Okay, but you do have that support system.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We just recently moved, be closer to them.
Right, any further questions?
Sure, pardon. Jeremiah, Mr. Johnson, you said you're now married to this same lady that I gave that quote about earlier
Yes, sir.
today, and y'all have a child together.
No, sir. She has an autistic stepson and a daughter, and I have a daughter of my own.
And you, what kind of work, what kind of field is your wife in?
She's an LPN.
Okay. So understand that you're at Smith County, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're looking to possibly go out on patrol at Smith County?
Yes, sir.
And you've also got an offer from the VA in Memphis.
Yes, sir.
Which one you gonna do?
Whoever gets to me first, sir. It'll be the federal law enforcement. I'm gonna be choosing. It'll be the most higher for me, not just for the pay, but more benefit for my family.
So where's your wife from?
She's from Florida originally.
So Memphis is not gonna be an issue for her.
No, sir.
And you said the VA is, they're well aware of what's going on here.
Yes, sir. One of the last questions that they had asked, and I had been fired from an employment, I explained to them the reason of the termination.
Right. Today is the 15th of January, right?
Yes, sir.
So in your email, it says reply no later than the 13th of January, which was 2 days ago. So what did you do?
I had explained to them that I'm on orders, and when I'm on orders, I can't, do any fingerprints at this time, because they were asking me to do the fingerprint cards and all that, and where I'm on orders. And we're possibly going to be on orders till September, and she's supposed to get back with me stating if they want to hold the position or not because of the orders.
Did you by chance tell them that you were having a formal hearing at the Tennessee Post Commission today on the 15th about your, you had by chance had to enlighten them about that you were going to have to go on break from Memphis to come to Nashville to have this formal hearing?
The VA, sir?
Yes. Did you tell them that?
Yes, sir.
You did?
Yes, sir.
In an email?
Not in the email, by a phone call. I was on the phone with the woman, the lady that was, I think her name in the email says Charity. I explained to her about my orders and what's going on today.
I'm gonna stay with the VA thing. In looking at this, it says, even though it says it's an offer to accept employment, it's contingent on you passing a background investigation and other components. So this isn't really a job offer. It's mainly just a thing is we will consider you.
Correct.
If you pass everything else.
Correct.
What is Smith County doing for you? I know you're already in the jail there.
Yes, they've been talking to me about after about that time on post commission, whether if I'm with corrections or not. Well, if I don't have my post, I'm still employed as a correctional officer, but if I get post certification, they're going to hire me.
As the counselor said in Mr. Cook's letter, that if we fail to grant your certification to continue, it could have a negative effect on your mental health.
That was his expertise, opinion.
But he's also the one saying you're okay.
Yes, but prior to our deployment, before our deployment in DC, I was on a temporary profile, yes. And before we go on deployment, we have a process where we have to go through, where we have to deal with medical, admin, paperwork.
What are you gonna do if we decertify you?
You still want to do what I enjoy doing. Working corrections still, whether it's on the road or not. And still work as an armed security agent and also work in the National Guard as a military police.
So it won't have a negative effect on your mental health.
No, sir.
Commissioner Beverly, going back, you had to give some sort of reply to the VA. It says, please accept or decline this offer. Did you accept their offer and continue in the process, or did you decline it?
I accepted the offer, but they're willing to put it on hold considering the orders that I'm on right now. She's supposed to check with her supervisor and she hasn't got back with me on that yet.
And has Smith County issued you a formal conditional offer of employment for patrol?
No, sir.
And I guess, what are you hoping the sheriff of Smith County will inform us of today?
I don't understand the question.
I believe the sheriff is later on. What are you hoping he will share with us or enlighten us about?
Just my positivity that I have in the jail, my work ethic.
Further questions? Does anybody have anything else?
I should part again. Mr. Johnson, you're in a very unique situation here. Have you had a conversation with your current sheriff or has your current sheriff that is sequestered out in the hallway out here had a conversation with you about your current position as a corrections officer with the Tennessee Corrections Institute, where you would be with them, and the status as a corrections officer in the state of Tennessee? What I mean by that question is there's a bearing here that could, may have to go before the Board of Controls with Tennessee Corrections institution, possibly based off of what happens here today. Also, based on the outcome of even though you've got a psychic eval right here that's dated August 6th of 25, but this may be something your counselor can answer. And I may be getting ahead of ourselves, because evidently you don't understand that there's also a process for you being a corrections officer in the state of Tennessee. There's another board that's equivalent to us for the jails.
Yes, there is.
Have you been through, well, evidently you've worked with several bills. You've been through TCI Basic,
Yes,
and you know the rules and regulations.
yes, sir.
Okay. So if you're decertified here today, what does that do for you on your military side with your status for the military?
I'm still want to be in the military. They're
Okay.
still pushing me to go to MP school.
Okay. The only other thing would be is oh, the sheriff would have to notify that TCI board. Okay, I'm getting an alternative then.
All right, any further questions, commissioners? Hearing none. Anything further for this witness?
I'm going to go ahead and get the chief deputy.
All right, I thank you for your testimony, Mr. Johnson. You may retake your seat. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Next witness for respondent is going to be Chief Deputy Eugene Roberts.
It's a quick administrative question. Are we free to accept your charge at any point, or if we decline, or if we feel we've heard enough evidence to this, if the committee feels that way, or do we need to proceed with the witnesses?
Students, let's take a 3-minute recess. And I'm going to confer with the attorneys. Thank you. I've discussed outside of the call with the parties. Here's what we are going to do. The attorneys have agreed that they're going to forego direct and cross-examination of this witness. This witness will instead be available to answer any questions that the post may have for him. After which, we're going to do the very briefest of closing arguments, and I'm going to give the quickest charge that you have ever heard. And then I understand we have a sample order ready to go, and hopefully we can be as quick as we can make. All right. Chief Deputy Roberts, you can please raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Members of the post, any questions for Chief Deputy Roberts? You may certainly have some, sir.
I'll go, Commissioner Beverly. Chief Deputy, what can you tell me about Correctional Officer Johnson's performance at your facility?
We've had nothing but strong feelings toward him. He brought in a strong presence. He's very settled. He's a good officer. He carries himself well. He deals well with inmates. He deals well with fellow co-workers. And in my observation, and also the information provided to me by his sergeants and captains and lieutenants and fellow administrators, I've not had any negative. So.
Thank you. During his background investigation, did he disclose that he was up for decertification?
He did.
Did he disclose that during his interaction with the neighboring county that he was dishonest with them?
Dishonest?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall that.
Anybody else have any questions?
Commissioner Holbrook, what reason did he give you for his firing?
I believe he discharged a weapon to Clay County.
Good evening, Chief.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, sir. You?
All right. We'll go ahead and tell you for myself as a fellow sheriff and you're chief deputy of a county in Middle Tennessee. These are difficult things that we have to do. But did Mr. Johnson, when you were interviewing or you and the sheriff were in the process of hiring him, did he tell y'all why he was discharging that firearm?
Through frustration.
Did he tell you what his intentions were when he did it?
I don't know those exact
Did
words.
the word suicide ever come up in the conversation, Chief? I said there was testimony here today about suicide. Would that be shocking to you?
I don't know that, considering everything that I was told. Shocking. No.
From testimony today, we've been testimony about dishonesty with statements given to arriving officers, investigating officers there in Clay County, reference the discharge of the firearm. But then we have a termination letter that is basically written over the discharge of the firearm and nothing dealing with the dishonesty, which is related to his statements at the scene. And you are here today, is my understanding, to testify or answer questions on his behalf. Is that right?
Yes.
And that he's one of your employees. Are you familiar with his educational background?
To a certain extent, I can't recall. What that was.
If I told you he's got a very impressive education,
Yeah, absolutely.
would you agree with me on that? And he does, and that he seems to be well respected amongst his peers within his National Guard unit. But we we have this dilemma here in Tennessee law enforcement. Where you and I, know that when we have somebody with psychological issues, that they're walking a tightrope from being out in the public, dealing with the public, but yet we want to offer them the help that they need to recover, whether it's over alcohol and drug abuse, mental health, marriage counseling, finance, whatever that would be. But I want you to understand that we had a serious situation here where we have had testimony today for suicide. Whether it was a split moment thought or a long process, there's only one person that knows that. And that if there is a decision made by this board today for or against, is either way could possibly be detrimental to you and the sheriff of Smith County. Do you have that understanding? I'm trying to form this in a question instead of a statement, but do you and the sheriff understand the significance of what could happen here for your department and yourself and the sheriff today with whatever decision is made with Mr. Johnson?
I believe that I understand he comes with a certain amount of liability, just like any other employee that we hire. I also know that I've traveled down many roads.
Yes.
And I do know that there are thoughts that go through your mind. I've been there, done that 31 years. And I've seen a lot of things and been through some situations that were very pressing to me and that caused me to rethink a lot of things. I also know that knee-jerk reactions doesn't prove somebody's true identity. So if that clarifies what you're doing.
That's exactly probably one of the best answers in my 7 years of sitting on this board that I've had come from a sheriff's administrator. I commend you, and I thoroughly appreciate you being here. And it's tough for me as a fellow sheriff to look upon a fellow law enforcement executive. I've had to vote on major decisions. So but thank you for answering those questions.
Keith, this Commissioner Green, if you were made aware, because I want to take up where Commissioner Beverly went, if you were made aware that Mr. Johnson was dishonest and told some different stories to investigating officers in a crime that they were responding to, that he was a party to, would that impact your intent to hire him? If you knew he was dishonest or he had been dishonest? That's all I need.
Now, can I add to that?
Sure.
There's also a reckoning. You're in a frame of mind. And then of course that would have to be collaborated. You know, I don't know everything that you guys know for sure. But I do know that it's like having a flat tire. You have a flat tire, fix it. And then you're going about your business. If there was an issue that evidently more than I know about, and those actions were corrected, or that mental state was corrected, we sent him for a psychological evaluation. He cleared everything that we needed. He came with recommendations about it. And so it's just not cut and dry. It's hard. But to answer your question is yes, it would have an impact.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lane, Chief, if based on what you know from his work, you know him personally, none of us know him. Would you recommend him today after out of all your years of experience? Would you recommend him to be a deputy sheriff, be post-certified police officer in your county?
If I can put it this way.
All right. based on what you know.
Based on what I know.
Right.
We have an opening. And on the top of that list of people to be interviewed and put in that position, who's on the top?
Based on everything you know at this point, the totality of everything.
You're talking about what, not what I've heard in here in the
Right.
last
No.
5 minutes, what I know, absolutely.
No, that's what I was wanting to know, based on your personal experience with that man.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Beverly. Has your department read the incident report from Clay County in regard to this incident?
I do not believe that I saw the incident.
Your Honor, would it be appropriate?
Any objection?
No.
I will say this, he provided a lot of information.
But the record reflect on handing the witness what has been marked as exhibit number 11.
That's fine. It's the season. Commissioner Beverly again, I guess I don't want to put you on the spot to make a decision. So was there information in this report that Mr. Johnson failed to disclose to you? Let me rephrase, not failed to disclose, but did not disclose to you.
There are things in this report. He gave me a lot of information. There are things in this report that I do not recall being wrong.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilbur, does this information change your opinion on whether you would recommend him in hiring?
The decision to hire him, that would require an interview process. It's not a guarantee. He's just on the top of that list. This information, there are things in here about dropping the gun, which, if I'm not mistaken, he told me he discharged him. So if he told this officer that, and again, that was a spur of the moment. I can relate to having a child. I can relate to going to a child's day. I can relate to a lot of things, and I don't know if there was ever a correction made about, hey, look, I said I dropped a weapon, but I didn't. I discharged a weapon. I don't know if any of that happened or not. So those are things that would weigh on our decision to make him a patrol officer.
Sheriff Department again, Chief. Sometimes we have employees that take medicines that we don't know about. But now that this is public and you have a employee on psychiatric meds, do you think that would affect you or the sheriff?
I don't know that I'm in again, I rely on psychological evaluations. I rely on counselors saying, hey, we were at point A and now we're at point B. So would it be a influencer? Probably. But I don't know if that would be a deal killer.
If we had evidence from or statements submitted by professionals that kind of leave us in a limbo. I mean, we've submitted to you an offense report. Your Honor, do you mind if we submit another piece of evidence for him to review?
Any objections, counselors? Without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would say may I approach, but I'm not a member of the board.
Which document would you like to? Maybe I have.
I've got several in a pile over here, Your Honor.
Well,
the chairman may have what I'm talking about is when the one letter from Mr. Cook's letter.
Right, Mr. Cook, LCSW letter. That starts beginning to whom it may concern the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission.
I believe that's it, where it's talking, it's kind of gives us a conflictual. In one term, it's giving them a clear to go, but it's then another could be an outcome of a negative. But I believe it was the Mr. Cook. And I don't know what it is in the, you guys provided that.
He's reviewing it right now on that.
Yes, sir. Did you, Chief, do you understand what Mr. Cook's statements was, particularly in that last paragraph?
Understand.
Okay, yes, yes. Thank you, Chief.
Richard, any further questions? Hearing none, given the scope, I would allow 2 minutes apiece if there are any follow-up questions. I think we missed nicely.
I'd like to have my 2 minutes for quick summation. I think I can answer one.
I was going to give you each 3 minutes for closing arguments anyway. Perfect. Anything further, Mr.
Can I have 5? Sorry. Well, I was already starting with 3 and I got to give
I'll
it
do,
to you.
I'll do what I did with my daughter when she asked for more. Start going less. You can have one now. That's just good. You can have your 3 for closing, but do you have any additional?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Any rebuttal testimony, Ms. Hussey?
No, Your Honor.
All right, excellent. We will move to closing arguments then. We'll do 3 minutes aside. And we will start with Ms. Hussey. Oh, I apologize.
Your Honor, we have a witness here and we have one, if there's testimony's over, would it be allowable for the sheriff's still here to come in?
All right, so I have to ask, that question is a little bit loaded, but I'm happy to answer it. So first off, after closing arguments, I'm going to give the charge and I'm going to move the case into deliberations. During deliberations, no one can assist you. You're going to have most likely Miss Nicely act as your scrivener for whatever order you prefer to write. They both may submit proposed orders. However you do it, that's fine. But in the middle of deliberations, no one can substantively help you. However, the case is subject to being reopened by a majority vote of this board. If you reopen the case, you would be permitted to call witnesses. The rule has been invoked in this instance. So if there is even the remotest possibility that Chief Deputy Roberts is going to be recalled, then he's going to have to wait outside. Same thing with the sheriff out there. There are 2 ways to go about this. Either you all can assure me that you're not going to reopen the matter and call for more witness testimony from anyone who's under the rule, or if counsel would like to go ahead and at this point in time revoke their invocation of the rule, I would be happy to take that too.
Your Honor, we waived the rule. We didn't invoke it again.
We're good to let everybody come.
All right, the rule has been waived.
I can't guarantee that it wouldn't get.
That's what I was thinking. The assurance level was going to have to be high.
Just off 7-year summaries here, I can't guarantee that.
I appreciate that. But please, that is fine. If whoever's waiting out there still wants to come in, they're welcome to. Certainly for your testimony, you're welcome to sit in back as well. So if you'd like, or probably won't offer you the opportunity to do this.
They just wanted to let you know how to be in we reversed the individual.
All right, please go ahead and do closing, Ms. Nicely.
Yes, Your Honor. Commissioners, thank you for your time today. Jackson County terminated Mr. Johnson for violation of departmental policies and procedures resulting from his discharge of a firearm on December 1st, 2024. During that investigation, he did lie to Sergeant Anthony Kane, and he admitted both the discharge of the firearm that was unauthorized and the dishonesty today in front of the commission. I know the commissioners raised some questions about the firearm policy. The general authorization for the discharge of firearms includes many different scenarios. What it does not include is the opportunity to freely shoot your duty weapon out of county for any reason, stress, into the ground, target practice. Granted, there's certainly some common sense reasons to use your firearm when you're not on duty. This was not one of them. This was a violation of Jackson County's policy. The respondent admitted to it. And there was an official police report made in which he lied to law enforcement. He also discussed on the stand, respondent admitted that he has worked at 4 agencies in 4 years: Tennessee Highway Patrol, Macon County, Jackson County, and now Smith County. That's often a concern for this commission, is the officers that can't seem to find an agency where they fit in with and maybe kind of hop around right when they're about to get in trouble. And that's obviously not been part of the testimony, but just the fact that he had been at 4 agencies in 4 years and is now also looking at other law enforcement opportunities. He was out of law enforcement from the time that he was terminated from Jackson County because he through the last year because he's been deployed with the National Guard. However, he testified today that the National Guard job was not as stressful, nor was he carrying a firearm, more sitting in front of a computer. The department would submit that if he were allowed back into law enforcement, it's potential that the stressors could rise up again to an incident like this one, especially now having married the woman that he had this initial incident leading up to the December of 2024 issues. While his mental health certainly does seem to have been improved, that does not take away from the fact that he was terminated for disciplinary reasons, and that under the post-commission rules, the commission has the authority to decertify an officer who has been terminated for disciplinary reasons. We've been over those at length today, and the department would just ask that the commission does decertify Mr. Johnson. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 15 seconds left. Good job. And you are up, Mr. Buck.
We have tried to be as completely and utterly transparent as possible here today because the facts are not necessarily in dispute. While the poorly written Jackson County Sheriff's Department order, general order related to firearms may not have been violated in its black letter law, it was not an appropriate discharge. There is no disputing. This is a cry for help from a young man from Clay County who had no prior mental health training, no tools, no medication. 40% of the United States is on this medication. So the idea that he's on this medication and it causes him some credibility issue in court is just not the way that plays out. All of you have testified, you know that. I don't know how I could possibly cross-examine him related to this medication when 40% of the United States is. The point is, he had no tools to deal with the stressors of the job. He does now. He does now. He's not trying to tell you that he didn't violate the policy, even though it's poorly written, and thankfully one of the commissioners was able to point that out. The point is that at that time, he was in a mental health crisis and he was crying for help. He got that. He got that help. He has an incredible education background. He is not someone that should be completely foreclosed from being considered for law enforcement in the future. At a minimum, individual departments can make that determination. They can't even consider him if he has no certification. You heard from the chief deputy. He hasn't been interviewed for that job yet. He's at the top of the list. And when he gets interviewed for that job, they are going to have, which is why we admitted all these records, everything available to them so that they can make the decision. The VA, they will too, so they can make the decision. All we're doing is giving the individual departments the opportunity to do that. When he was terminated from Jackson County, he was given almost no due process, any kind of investigation at all. He was terminated from a letter written by someone, well, that this commission has had testimony from, not Mr. Cummings, Sergeant Cummings, but Chief Roy Shepard. You take that for what you will. Finally, the idea that the initial lie while you're in crisis, Sergeant Kane asks him, did you shoot that gun into the ground? No, I dropped it. They immediately both know that's not true. And that lie that everyone wants to talk about is while he's in the middle of a mental health crisis. If this was an officer involved shooting, at least in my jurisdiction in 13, let's say Putnam County, that was a discharge. They call him the Tennessee Public Safety Network. That officer would get immediate mental health training. They would get a cooling off period before they had to give any statements, so that they were no longer operating under the stress of the event while they were being. That's my time. But at the core of my argument is to decertify him, you're sending a public policy message that is a chilling effect for every possible law enforcement officer in the future on. That you can't say. It's like when people come back from deployments and they get debriefed. They know that if they say they got something going on between their ears, they don't get to go home. So they bottle it up. Even the U.S. military allows people to get this kind of treatment. You should not decertify him. We have individual departments that can make these determinations. You can find that he violated the policy. You can find that he was submitted for decertification. But the beauty of this board and your wealth of experience is that you have discretion, not decertify. If you want, you can even backdate the decertification probationary period to the prior date he was here a year ago, 364 days ago. And as to that Cook letter, by the way, the Counselor Cook, yeah, that's really concerning. That was submitted before the informal hearing in January of last year. His treatment is continuing in nature. He's better now than he was then, which is the whole point of why we've been so transparent. Thank you all for your time. I apologize. It seems like I'm yelling at you because I'm trying to go fast. So thank you very much. Please do not decertify that officer. Let the individual departments who might hire him decide on their own. They're capable of it. They all do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Byers. Commission members, now that you've heard all the evidence and the arguments of the lawyers, it is my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. It's your duty to find the facts from all the evidence of the case. After you determine the facts, you must apply the law that's been given to you, whether you agree with it or not. You must not be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes, prejudice, or sympathy. You must decide the case solely on the evidence before you and according to the law given to you. I'm about to give you a few instructions. All of them are equally important. The order in which I give them has no significance. You must follow all of my instructions and not single out some and ignore others. You are to decide this case only from the evidence which is presented at this hearing. That is the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits that were marked as evidence, of which there were 13. And I will remind you that the questions themselves are not evidence, only that the answers of the witnesses are. Also remember that the opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence either. You're not required to set aside your common knowledge, training, and experience. Please weigh the evidence in light of those things. You have the exclusive authority to make findings of fact and reach conclusions of law and determine the ultimate outcome in this matter. No one else gets to participate in your deliberations. If you find that you need to have the law or legal terminology explained to you, I can assist you upon request. The department has alleged that the respondent has violated certain of the state's applicable statutes and rules based upon the notice of hearing and charges. It's the department's burden to prove those allegations by a preponderance of the evidence standard or 50% plus. If it's equally balanced, the case is in equipoise and the department will lose. You have to limit your inquiry into violations of rules and statutes and the charges that are specifically alleged in the notice of hearing, not anything else. If you find that there might be another violation or something that was not alleged in the notice of hearing and charges, you're stuck with what's in that document. You must base your determination solely on the evidence presented to you during the hearing. You must not infer, as I hope you've not been inferring, from any of my rulings or instructions that I hold any view or opinion for or against any party. I've not intended to do so. I've not tried to do so. I don't have a particular opinion in this case for or against a party or for or against a result. Repeated instructions several times. It's for clarity, not special emphasis. If you need any additional assistance on any question you might have, I can certainly try to assist. The department does have the burden of proof. I will note specifically that the respondent in this case, Mr. Johnson, does not have the burden of proving that he is innocent of the matters alleged in the notice of hearing and charges. Don't do any outside research or consider any other information or communicate with anyone about this case or your deliberations. Keep deliberations amongst yourselves. Only rely and refer to the evidence that has been admitted and the testimony of the witnesses. You're going to be asked to make a final order. The APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, requires 4 sections: findings of fact, conclusions of law, a decision whether or not there should be a disciplinary action taken, if any, which would in this case be decert or the like that was sought in the notice of hearing and charges, and the policy, lastly, the policy reasons for your decision and determination. Findings of fact are where you make your own evaluation of the evidence admitted and the testimony of the witnesses. You then give those items the weight and credibility that you think is proper. Then you make conclusions of law, in which you must decide whether or not there has been whether or not the respondent's activity as found in your findings of fact constitutes grounds for discipline pursuant to your rules and applicable statutes. Your decision must include sufficient analysis of the evidence to clearly demonstrate how the facts of the case support your conclusions. So you should link your findings of fact to conclusions of law. If you decide that there has been grounds for discipline, then you have to decide what disciplinary action, if any, is appropriate in accordance with your legal authority in considering the particular circumstances of this case. You can consider any evidence the parties have introduced on the issue of the appropriate disciplinary action, including whether the conduct was or is of a continuing nature or one-time offense. Additionally, you can also consider what you've done in previous similar cases. Under the law, you are not required to have absolute consistency in the disciplinary action you take. This does not mean that you can be arbitrary and capricious in dealing out disciplinary actions. Discipline must be based on fairness and reason. Lastly, you have to make a policy reason to accompany your determination that states to anyone who is reviewing your decision why you chose to take the particular action you're taking and why it's correct given the wide range of cases you hear and the various disciplinary options that you have. Your deliberations must be audible and public before all the parties and our court recorder. If you need assistance with the law or the structure of the order, please ask. I can assist you. It's not appropriate for the parties, their counsel, witnesses, or commission staff to participate in your deliberations. Any action that you take must pass by a majority vote of this commission. You do have the option, if you would like, to recall witnesses to get more clarification about facts presented. If you want to hear additional argument from the attorneys or want any sort of other assistance with the case, you can vote to reopen the record in this case. As of right now, I am closing the record. You have the power by majority vote to reopen it. And at this time, does any party have any proposed findings of fact or conclusions of law?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you'll please pass those out. I will note that you may look at those proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law to make your determination. You are not bound by them. You're not bound by any party's proposed findings and conclusions. They're not binding on you in any way. They are only submitted as a guideline as to what counsel thinks the proof has shown, but it is up to you to independently determine what has actually been proven. And to that end, if during deliberations, you don't deliberate at all, and instead just vote on whether or not to adopt the section wholesale without talking about it, I will jump in and I will stop you for fear that that may create a reversible error. Now, unless there are questions from the commission concerning my charge, I will now ask, do we have someone who will act as a scrivener for what the board? All right, thank you. I appreciate that. You, ma'am, may ask questions of the board during deliberations for clarification as to what they want to do, but may not otherwise participate. So if they say something and you want to know if the language that you're getting from them is right or you copied it down right, you're welcome to do so. That does not count as interfering with deliberation. And I appreciate your help in serving in that capacity. I will now turn the hearing over to our chair to preside over deliberations. Thank you. That's about as fast as I can go.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the proposed order in front of us. We'll start with the findings of fact. We'll go line item by line item. To adopt this, I'll let you read the first part and we'll entertain a motion and then have any discussion.
Commissioner Green, motion to adopt number 1 of the findings of facts as written.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green to adopt line item 1 as written. Do I have a second?
Wilbur, second.
Second by Commissioner Wilbur. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On to line number 2. If you want me to read, then we'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner Wright, this is where I'm gonna make some deliberation here on this one. Yes, he did fire his phone outside of the course of duty. But this.
We're on number 2. I think we've got this.
Did I make a? Yeah, you got. Oh, I'm gonna make a motion to accept number 2 as written.
Motion by Commissioner Wright to accept number 2 as written. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Green, I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Green. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Moving on to number 3.
Number 3,
I have my thumb over the top part of it.
I mean, we're on the same thing.
We're on the same, okay. I'm on number 3 now. I will agree to the fact that he did make his firearm outside the course of duty, and I think we all know that all of us know that firing your firearm like that would not make sense, but yet does Sheriff Martin, does your firearm policy have you outside of?
And I've been racking my brain that question would come up, and I do not recall that there is specific details in that, which I think in this case that we've heard today, that's really not the significant overwhelming evidence. I think the overwhelming evidence is going to be dealing with the statement that Mr. Johnson gave to the investigating Clay County deputies. But I will receive on line 3. Did this incident happen on December 1st or December
question too.
or December 2nd?
We've got,
Because the incident report is December 2nd. If that's something that
well, I thought that,
needs to be clarified.
The termination letter is December 1st.
Can you stipulate that's the date?
I'm looking at it right now.
because Mr. Johnson initially said the phone call came on the 1st and the incident happened on the 2nd.
The exhibit that has the trust point admission is a hospital record from the day of. I think that's probably your most accurate date because I can't tell you.
Because we have conflict on the offense report from Clay County. So, I mean, and both of them are considered official reports. I mean, I know it's not going to be, but for down the road for litigation purposes, I agree. We need to make sure it's correct, or order.
While we're trying to determine that too, I'm still gonna go back to my other. But I can't, Sheriff, I'm sorry, because I came from a world of, you know where I came from, Highway Patrol, and I policy the figures were that thick, and I can promise you it was in there. And even this policy here, it only took one sentence, use of departmental firearms outside your law enforcement capacity for strictly forbidden without consent of deputy sheriff or sheriff. One sentence took care of it, but it's not written in the policy.
But it does say you're supposed to report it to somebody if you discharge. So that's still,
But he had time.
well, no,
And we also, Sheriff Carter kind of brought up, well, saying, a warning shot. Well, if he hadn't fired a warning shot, we probably wouldn't be here today. I mean, that was his warning shot.
I tend to, this is Commissioner Beverly, I tend to agree with Commissioner Wright here. It's, while negligent, there's nothing in the policy that addresses that. And when we look at it on its face value here, in violation of Jackson County Sheriff's Department's Department of Procedures, nothing in that policy addresses negligent use of a firearm. And that's presented.
There's nothing in their termination, separation letter said that either. Well, about the, we kept hearing testimony about truthfulness and that kind of thing. That was, they terminated over the policy of the discharge.
And I think, like I said, we all know it's not right. I mean, that's what it shouldn't have done. We know that. Can we,
If you want to get away with it.
can we say it's,
Mr. Byer, this nicely while they're working on that. Do we have an agreement on the date?
We agree that it was on the 2nd.
On the second.
All right, it's on the 2nd. It's been stipulated to that it's on the 2nd.
Before we get too far in the weeds, would anyone entertain a motion or make a motion to amend on December 2nd, 2024, respondent discharges firearm outside the course of duty in violation of department policies and procedure? Anybody entertain a motion to possibly change the date to reflect December 2nd, but strike the and in violation of JCSO's department's policies and procedures?
Commissioner Wright, I would make that motion.
Commissioner Wilbur, I'll second it.
well, I mean, for discussion.
I've got, before we go, I've got a motion to change the date to December 2nd, 2024, and strike, quote, and in violation of JCSO's departmental policies and procedure. And was that a second by Commissioner Board? Now we have a motion, a second on the floor, discussion.
What if instead of striking in violation of departmental policies in absence of a policy? Because there's no policy about off-duty use. That may be reaching.
I see where you're coming from. My concern is quite a bit of action is taken in absence of a policy.
Discussion, let it go.
Yeah. All right, the question has been called. I'll restate the motion. Commissioner Wright made the motion on December 2nd, 2024, or to accept on December 2nd, 2024, respondent discharged his firearm outside the course of duty. And that will be the end of sentence number 3. We have a second by Commissioner Wilbur. Question has been called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to number 4.
I would like to add one in before we get to
Okay.
that on December 2nd, 2024, the respondent was dishonest with investigating officers who responded to a call for service. So we get the honesty issue within our board.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green. Do we have a second? Sorry. We need to wait on the judge to call you. I apologize.
Oh, no, I just was gonna ask you to repeat it.
Oh. On December, I hope I can. On December 2nd, 2024, the respondent was dishonest with responding officers in Clay County, who had responded to a call for service in criminal investigation.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Green. Do we have?
Commissioner Wright, will second that with addition of one word.
Yes,
Initially, dishonest.
initially,
Nailed it.
I'm okay with that. I'm in my motion.
Motion has been amended. It is
Where's initially going? Initially dishonest.
Was initially.
Thank you.
initially dishonest. We have a motion by Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner Wright. Any further discussion?
I'm gonna be honest, Commissioner Lane, I've got a problem with the truthfulness issue here. I absolutely, y'all know, you've heard me in these hearings. This is something that's very, very important to me. Our character speaks volumes. But in this case, they didn't do some full-fledged investigation to find out that he was dishonest. I mean, within just a matter of minutes, he's telling them, okay, yes, you're right. And I think the thing that carries the most weight for me is what that chief deputy said on that stand and said. He didn't take it that way, or he took the information and he put that in his report. But again, he went back and he was there. He saw it and he knew exactly what's going on. So to me, out of all the things that I've seen, and I'm one of the least here experienced on this commission, this is, I mean, if you set this kind of standard when the person self-corrects, I mean, Ryan's wrong. Ryan is absolutely wrong. I'll never take up for somebody with that. But in this case, when you look at the totality of the circumstances, and I look, there was very little investigation occurred about this. And so I've got to hang up with this. So anyway, thank you for letting me speak.
Commissioner Wright, on that, and I think that's why I wanted to insert the word initially so bad. But it was evidence that we heard from the chief deputy that said that, yes, he did say this initially, but then, like you said, and I think that's part of, although Jackson County did not put truthfulness or anything of that nature inside the report, I think that being part of what we've heard here today would still be a finding of a fact, since it was initially.
It did occur.
It did occur.
And he didn't just mislead one time, he misled twice before he got to the final, oh, wait a minute, my agency's coming, maybe I need to tell you the truth. So the question comes up, and there's mitigating circumstances. We've heard from a lot of different things. The question is, as we see it, he initially was dishonest, and he tried to cover up the true reason of why he discharged his weapon.
I understand, and I feel this is pertinent information, but I feel like this might be reserved for discussion when we move into the judgment section, as this is just a finding of fact. And we do have the verbiage here, and there's a motion on the floor with a proper second. So we'll go ahead and take a vote on that, but I do want to revisit this whenever it comes time for us to make a decision on judgment, because I feel like these factors do weigh in. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to what is now number 5. On December 6, 2024, JCSO terminated respondent for disciplinary reasons related to the respondent's actions. Anyone?
Commissioner Wright, motion to accept and approve.
Commissioner Green, second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Wright to accept, a second by Commissioner Green. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on to conclusion of law, give everyone a moment to read over this and then we'll entertain a motion.
You'll need to change paragraphs now from 1 to 4 to 1 to 5.
Oh, yes, sir. Is that a motion?
That can be, yeah, I make a motion to accept the conclusions of law with the edit of paragraphs 1 through 5, from 1 through 4.
Wilbur, second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Martin to accept conclusions of law with the paragraphs reflecting 1 through 5. Second by Commissioner Wilbur. Yes, sir.
Discussing, there may be some
The third line of that conclusion of law,
Yes, sir.
certification of any officer.
Okay.
Correct. Take care of your motion, sir.
Oh, friendly amendment accepted.
Right, so we have a friendly amendment accepted. So to restate, we are accepting the conclusion of law with the amendment showing paragraphs 1 through 5 and then striking any officer from the conclusion of law. We're all direct? Did I say that right?
We should leave the last two there. Should be just.
So we are removing quote, any officer. Good catch. Any further discussion? Is everyone direct on the motion? More importantly, our court reporter? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's carried. Moving on to judgment.
I make a motion to accept judgment in the wording in which it states on page 2.
This is what we actually make.
Well,
I'm sorry, we need to.
I was making the editorials before we went in to make the judgments. We've got to go through and do all the editorials and things.
What?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw off.
Oh, we got to go through, make sure the wording's right on everything.
We're skipping the judgment.
Yes.
Yes. I just agreed with the print, not the judgment.
So moving on to policy statement, then we'll revisit judgment.
Motion to accept as written. Wilbur.
Motion to accept the policy statement as written.
Commissioner Wright, is this 1 through 3 or?
My motion was just for 1.
I'm sorry. Motion to accept policy statement number 1 by Commissioner Wilbur. We have a second. Second by Commissioner Carter. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to policy statement number 2. We'll read over that. We'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner Wright, motion to accept as written.
Commissioner Spangler, second.
Commissioner Wright, motion to accept. Commissioner Spangler, second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Moving on to number 3. We'll read over. We'll entertain a motion.
Commissioner Wright, make a motion to strike number 3.
Commissioner Wilbur, second.
We have a motion to strike line number 3, seconded by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Wilbur. Any further discussion?
Well, the discussion is if we strike this, does that impact the decision on judgment?
Yes.
Commissioner Wright, I think we don't strike this, we are making a judgment.
And if we do strike it, we are too.
I believe this is probably the best time to have this discussion.
That's why I'm bringing that
Before the next one.
before we get to striking it.
So, Commissioner Beverly, I tend to agree. I don't think revocation is appropriate at this point. However, I tend to lean more towards a suspension. That's just me personally. I'll entertain what anybody else has to say.
Commissioner Wilbur, he's already waited a year since the informal. He's gotten more help. So for me, not to belabor the point, I would vote for no period of suspension and just no action.
Okay. We're still on the policy statement, but
We're just kind of
this
deliberating.
is deliberation on removing that sentence because that'll guide us on the judgment.
Can we finish up our editorials and then come back and address these for discussion? We want to make sure our periods and our writings are correct.
Number 3.
Commissioner Wright, if I may, can we not just make the judgment and move on from there? Do it at 4 weeks ago?
Well, if we'd done that, you wouldn't have got to number 3 as quickly.
Well, you're the one person to get to there. I don't think.
Any further,
Mr. Chair, I guess that'd be your decision.
I guess we'll go ahead and take this, any further editorials to the document that we see.
I see none so far.
Do we need to, we are gonna get an opportunity to talk about this and vote on the actual revocation, right? 'Cause
Yes.
I did have a
Yes.
more to say.
Yes, so we have stopped prior to this, to adopting any changes on policy statement number 3. We are seeing if there are any further editorials to the document that we wish to take, and after that, we will discuss policy statement number 3 and then move on to a judgment. Do I have a motion to make no more editorial changes?
I'll make that motion.
Second by, or motion by Commissioner Barton, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Spangler, so no more editorial, I'm sorry. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to line 3 of the policy statement. We have kind of begun a little discussion there as to, that will guide us to our judgment. So engaging a little discussion before we make a decision.
Are you ready to hear from the Chadisms?
Fire away, sir.
Okay, I know it's late. Each one of us on this commission over the years has had their pet peeves. Some are DUI, some are domestic violence, some are mental health. Some of them are liars. We all have our vested interest in there. Mine has been the mental health issue, and domestic violence. I've not been as strong about the DUI waivers and things of this nature. This case today, to me, has enlightened me, that somebody can get help. But we have to continue that. It's just like somebody with a drug problem that's going through a drug court or a rehab. It is a continuous cycle, a continuous evaluation that has to be done. This young man has a tremendous amount of testimony or letters that has been sent on behalf of him. He's got a very strong department that is here behind him. To the point that he's got a potential offer with the federal government. I think if we're going into judgment, I worry about his future. I had concerns that he married a woman that asked for him to go kill himself, but they seem to be working that out. He's young. Times are tough for young law enforcement men and women in this society and the things that they're going through. Me personally, if somebody's talking bad to me like that, I wouldn't want to be around them, but that's his business. That's what he's living with. If he continues to be employed by Smith County, it's on the record that Smith County knows what's going on, and it's left to that chief and that sheriff sitting there to deal with that. We did our job. We asked the tough questions got answered. But I think, in my opinion, as we go into this, that we look at this judgment, that what can we do as a board to follow up with this young man's mental health down the road? Do we bring him back every 6 months for the next 3 years and get a psychiatric report of what's going on with him? I know that may be something we've never done before, but we do have to break that barrier down, because I was trained under that old school mentality like Don Green and Tom Spangler and Brian Wright and Dale Lane were trained, and whoever else here is a gun toter today. That you suck it up, boy, and move on. Well, that's biting us. That's biting us. And that chief deputy sat right there and said one of the most poignant statements I've ever heard in this boardroom in a hearing. And then he said the second one. You fix the flat tire and go on down the road. If I don't hit home, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what will, but it pulled my heart today. It pulled at me. And the state of Tennessee has done a great job of investigating and looking into this case and understand it. But I think Mr. Chairman, I think there's a compromise here for everybody today.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Wright, oh, there it goes. I think it'll come off as yours. I don't want to hold us any longer than we have to, because we can already have a pretty good conclusion, but I'm the same way. I'm glad the fence brought it up, because I was going to bring that up about the stigmatism that we would be adding to that if we did revoke this certification. And that's not going to be the way I go today. I think I would find it interesting to you if one of the commissioners remembers if this was we motioned to full commission, or if this was
Full commission.
Yes.
and not we decertified it informal and then they filed an appeal. We actually moved it to full commission.
We struggled.
We did because it was because of the mental health issue at the time. I think that's been taken care of. So I'm done. Make a motion. We move more discussion.
I believe a few more have discussion. Sheriff, you have some.
Yes, Commissioner Spangler. As far as I'm concerned, the system let him down. The system failed. The agency there didn't offer him any help. They didn't do any kind of investigation. They didn't ask him what's going on. I don't think there's one of us up here that would say that lying is okay. But I guarantee you, if somebody's already crying for help, he's gonna say anything or she's gonna say anything that they can. I just feel like the system let him down. And I think that my opinion as an administrator for at least the past 7 years and almost ending, if that had been me, I'd be upset with myself because I felt like I laid him down.
Chief Lane.
I agree with you, Sheriff. I don't know. I've struggled through this because you talked about, Sheriff, about our pet peeves, and truthfulness. Untruthfulness has been one of mine. But I thought about an investigation if that was, somebody on the street and it was right at that moment, they wouldn't be charged with a crime. I looked, there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that led us to that point. And I was trying to put myself in his shoes, getting that phone call, dealing with an autistic child, being new on the job, all this other stuff. I could see where that stress, and you're exactly right, Sheriff, about what we come up in. It was rub some dirt on it and move on. It didn't matter what you saw. And so I think we waffle back and forth here about the truthfulness issue, which the letter didn't have it in there. He wasn't charged with any offenses on that. We know there's a report that states that he said it, but it also says in there that he corrected it. Then we go back to the mental health issues, and we have multiple mental health professionals that have said he's clear and he's qualified based on what he's done so far. But I'm not on the decertification side. I think we should do no action. I do like what you said, Sheriff, about there being maybe a fitness for duty, at a period of time down the road. So that's where I'm.
Again, I reiterate that, and I say that twofold, Mr. Chairman. I say that to protect that sheriff sitting out there that's employing him, that may or may not do something with him. And the second part, to protect Jeremiah Johnson himself, to keep him going through that counseling, to complete the mission, and that we did a due diligence as a board that is sent here to do a job, that we have knowledge that this young man had some issues, that we make sure in our decision today that maybe we put a caveat in there to get some continued counseling.
Mr. Carter, you got something?
Yes, I applaud this young man because I've been where he's been. I've been in the military. I've been in law enforcement for well over several decades. And I work with people, things, I know what it's like. You know, and I was fortunate for me that the system did not fail me. But I got help. You know, so I understand where all this is going.
Commissioner Overton, I just have a question. Do we even have the authority to order counseling?
I think that'd be left up to the agency.
That's what I was thinking. I believe so, and I think that's where we're fortunate to have a sheriff that actually showed up to learn about this, to hear what our concerns are and our recommendations. And I think the people of this county saw fit to elect him to make the decision in that way, and I think that might be something we yield back to him. However, I do see the need of maybe not order counseling, but progress reports would probably fall within our purview. With that being said, Commissioner Wright.
I only have one more thing, and I know Commissioner Green's the one that hadn't said anything this time because his pet peeve is truthfulness. And we all know that, but there's one, I wrote down something that you said twice, and I want to kind of create that you put out there and said. You said he lied during investigation of a crime. There was no crime. That would be the only thing I'd also go back.
You're correct. And Commissioner Green, if I get this thing to work. And I'm torn. I'm torn. Because there are mitigating circumstances and everything that's been said has merit. And as the sheriff and Commissioner Wright said, truthfulness is strong for me. And at my old department, it didn't matter about the size of the lie or misleading. It was the fact that you were dishonest. If you're dishonest with small things, you're dishonest with big things. If you're dishonest under crisis, under stress, that's going to be something you're dealing with in this job. What even became more apparent to me was when we're asking the chief deputy, did he make you aware of these things? The first time I've heard of it. And he had an opportunity to do that. Be completely honest. And, you know, there's other issues because he'd already been through the informal with us. And he knew that honesty was one of the things that we were really striking on, even though the attorney said that wasn't in the letter. Remember that too. That's what we're really focused on. For me, that's what I'm focused on. I think there are mitigating circumstances. I do think the system failed. I'm hopeful that I can see where we're going with this, and I haven't got any problem with it. But as you said, Sheriff in Smith County, it's got to be really apparent that there's this thing hanging over his head that I would question whether or not everything I got out of that was true. And I'm like many of y'all, second chances or something than we have previewed to. So that's all I have to say.
We've had a good bit of discussion on adopting policy statement number 3 and whether or not we wanted to adopt or eliminate it. Chair will entertain a motion.
Commissioner Wright, bring up my motion to strike.
Commissioner Wright makes a motion to strike sentence number 3 of the policy statement. Do we have a second?
Over second.
Second by Commissioner Wilbur. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moves us over, the motion to strike carries, moves us over to judgment.
Commissioner Wright, I will make a motion for no action, and if he is employed with any agency, that agency give us a report in a 6-month period of time of the progress.
For 1 6-month period.
For one, and then we can continue from there if needed. If we get one and we're doing good, then I would say we're probably.
For reporting's sake, when you say us, do you mean the full commission or the informal committee? What would you prefer?
Yeah, probably the full commission.
Full commission. So we have a motion by Commissioner Wright to take no action and request that the
Any employing agency, ever who it turns out to be.
any employing agency.
State. Like state.
That's where.
Yeah, it would have to be an agency that falls under the purview of the authority of the post commission, correct?
So any employing agency that falls under the authority of the post commission presents a 6-month progress report to the full post commission. Said county, my apologies.
And is there a second on that?
I was gonna second it.
Go ahead.
Wilbur second.
We have a second for Wilbur. Is the motion clear? Do we need to restate it?
And now for discussion.
Hold on 1 second. We need to restate it. So you'll restate your motion just for the record.
Mr. Wright, the motion is for no action in a 6-month period. Any hiring agency that reports to post, give us a progress report to the full commission.
Seconded by Commissioner Wilbur. Now discussion, sir.
Based off the motion and second. Now, the caveat to this is if he doesn't stay with a Tennessee agency and he goes to a federal agency, they have nothing. But if he wants to retain after 6 months of today and the judgment day, and he wants to retain that Tennessee Post Commission, he's going to have to reappear here or check in with the executive secretary's office and bring the VA with him or show up alone.
I don't think we have the authority over the VA.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's left up to him.
Your Honor, I don't know. I don't want to break the rules. I know, Counselor Mosley, raised her hand.
I don't know if I'm allowed to speak or not.
What did you, let me rephrase that again, for your honor. Certainly. Let me rephrase it again. It's left up to him, the said defendant. In 6 months,
Get a progress report.
we get a progress report whether he's working, because if we don't hear from him in 6 months, it's automatically suspended.
Commissioner Wright, I think if we don't get that in 6 months, we'd probably make a motion then to go back to the informal.
I'm afraid are we wading into, by taking no action today, are we wading into territory and then taking a punitive action later?
Well, we're taking no action pending his and department's responsibility.
By oral motion, would everyone like to hear from Ms. Nicely and a response from Mr. Byers if necessary?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Any opposition to that?
Any opposition?
Absolutely.
All right. Motion, record is reopened for the purposes of hearing from Ms. Nicely, and then if there needs to be follow-up, we'll certainly hear from you, Mr. Byers. Sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some concerns with putting any obligation on the agency, just because if he does go to a federal agency, his post commission will become inactive if he's not employed by any post certified agency. That being said, if there was a 6-month break and he wanted to come back into law enforcement, he'd obviously go through pre-employment. So I think a clean no action would be a good option. If you wanted to put some type of probationary period, that could put some caveat of returning. You don't have to, I'm not pushing for that, but if you want to see him again, that probationary period is something the informal commission has done before. But ultimately, my thought is that when you're not employed by a post, an agency that's under the purview of post, your law enforcement is inactive, and then after 6 months, you do have to go through pre-employment psychs and stuff again. So certainly if there was that break in service.
But in 6 months, he can be in South Haven, Mississippi.
That's always, he's free to travel the country and work where he wants.
Outside of, I get what you're saying, but this is an opportunity for us to put some responsibility on what we're doing for him today that is unprecedented by this board.
All right, I must give Mr. Byers an opportunity to weigh in and respond to Ms. Nicely.
Well, I'm confident that Jeremiah would have no problem with continuing to update the board if they saw fit in an informal or formal capacity. I think that it does muddy the waters a little bit the way that you're describing it. I don't think you'll have a problem with it. I mean, if we had a legal avenue for him to sign HIPAAs for you guys to get counseling records, I think that he would. But I tend to agree with Ms. Nicely, which is that in the event he goes to, say, South Haven, Mississippi, or to the federal government, it brings me back to my original point, which is you put it upon that agency to make that determination. And these records that are here today are all going to be a part of his employment record. It's going to be a part of his employment history. They're all going to be things that are going to be available to those agencies, whether that's the Veterans Affairs Administration, whether that's South Haven, Mississippi Police Department. And then their governing body can make a determination. If there's a break in service, he comes right back through the same psychological testing that anybody would have on an employment basis. So it almost checks all the boxes that I hear sheriff down there being concerned about without sort of, better way of putting it, muddying the waters on the action.
So before I close the record again, I do want to give everyone an opportunity, if you would like to hear additional arguments from Ms. Nicely and Mr. Byers on this subject or ask questions of them, now's a good time to do so. All right, record's closed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going.
I'll throw chlorine in the muddy water. Thank you, motion, no action, and 6 months is 6 months. What I've said is on the record forever. So what I've said, said.
Commissioner Wright, I'm gonna strike my previous motion and make a motion for no action.
Will you withdraw your second?
I will withdraw my second.
The second has been withdrawn and your motion has been made for no action. Do I have a second?
Over second.
Wilbur, Commissioner Wilbur, second. Any further discussion? Everyone direct on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes carried. Point of privilege before we conclude. Mr. Johnson, you've been given a second chance and that this board feels we have tried to shake the stigma of mental health in law enforcement. We've invested a great deal in you and we wish you the best at whichever agency you go to. Not to put pressure on you, but when you feel that pressure mounting, because let's not be ignorant, it's going to mount at some point in our lives. You seek to help and use the tools that you have, because that's what we want you to do. You have the opportunity to be an example to every officer in this nation of how we want our profession to be, no matter if you're at the federal or the state level or in your military career. You have the ability to be a mentor to others to say, I have been there. There's the old adage that guy falls in a hole, preacher walks by and the guy says, hey, can you help me out? Preacher says, I'll pray for you. Doctor walks by, guy says, hey, can you help me out? Doctor says, here's a prescription. Another guy walks out, he says, hey, can you help me out? And he jumps in and he says, what are you doing? Now we're both in here. He's like, I've dealt with this, but I know the way out. You can be that person for people. When you're trying to enable you here, I hope you make the best of that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, unless there's anything further, I'll make a few closing remarks. You have completed all the necessary parts of the order in this matter pursuant to the UAPA. If you will get that signed and get that filed with the Administrative Procedures Division, I assume you and Ms. Nicely will take care of that. I would appreciate it. Thank you all for your time and your participation in today's hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for your time and sticking around at the end. I thank you for the lawyers for being very prepared and amenable to making this process logistically easier. I do appreciate that very much. And you both did an excellent job here today presenting your respective sides. And thank you very much to our members of the commission for your time and your thoughtfulness. This was very evident to me that this was a case that was not going to be easy, and you all did not take it lightly. You performed your responsibilities ably, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness in which you have approached this matter. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just note on the handouts, there is some private information on some of these.
You'll just leave it.
You leave it here. Just a reminder. Thank you all.
Design.